Good evening. Welcome to the city of Opa-locka. I'd like to call this regular commission meeting to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Taylor,
Here.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Here,
Mayor Pigott.
I'm here. Commissioner Taylor, could you lead us in invocation?
God, we thank you for bringing us together one more time in your name, God. God, we ask that you come into this meeting, that there may be peace, and we come in agreement with your will. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
All right, so today we have the honor of swearing in and welcoming back to the commission, Commissioner Shirlene Bass. We're going to get started with our acknowledgements. So let's, Commissioner, would y'all join me down to the floor? When our last special commission meeting, we appointed former Commissioner Shirlene Bass to serve in the role of our beloved past Commissioner Alvin Burke. May he rest in peace with his family. And today we are going to formally swear in Commissioner Shirlene Bass, and it's going to be sworn in led by Dr. Isaiah Musgrove.
Come a little closer. We can hear you. Repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and will obey the laws of the United States and the state of Florida. That I will, in all respects, observe the provisions of the charter and ordinances of the city of Opa-locka. I will faithfully perform the duties of commissioner for the city of Opa-locka, Florida, on which I am now about to enter. So help me God.
Welcome, Commissioner Bass. Welcome back. And to the family that's holding her down during this process, thank you for letting the city borrow her during this time to serve on this day is for the people. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to our next proclamation. It is Alzheimer's Awareness Month, and we have a proclamation by Vice Mayor Veronica Williams.
Good evening, everyone. We won't be long. However, I wanted to make sure we recognize Alzheimer's Awareness Month. So many of our families are affected by Alzheimer's, and I myself, who, when I moved back home, my grandmother, I can say I was kind of a quasi caretaker of my grandmother, who had suffered from moderate Alzheimer's, and just a beautiful, wonderful spirit. And so I know how it is, it's an affliction that so many of us, we are caretakers of Alzheimer's patients. And I wanted to make sure that we brought awareness so that we're not, and I say we because I was a caretaker, you're not suffering in silence. You're not alone. We're not, there's so many, seniors and that we need to make sure that we bring this awareness. So I'm so excited. And we're going to come down now to present a proclamation. Right? Is that next? So we're now going to have a presentation. Yes, we're going to have a presentation by the Alzheimer's Association.
Hello, thank you so much for having us here. My name is Monique Stevens. I am the director for the Walk to End Alzheimer's for Miami. Thank you so much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. This is a very quick presentation because your words were perfect, absolutely perfect. But I do like to talk about some statistics that are just really overwhelming. And I kind of call it a silent pandemic, truthfully. And I hate to use that word, but it truly is. Right now, we have 6 million people living with Alzheimer's over the age of 65. By 2050, that's going to double. Over 13 million people will be living with Alzheimer's. And it is not them that are living with Alzheimer's alone, it is their caregivers, because this is a disease that affects everybody from little to big. It is absolutely a family felt and lived disease. Once the Alzheimer patient is no longer understanding, then the entire family is truly suffering to a higher degree. When it comes to what else is happening with the statistics, 1 in 3 seniors are dying from Alzheimer's. When it comes to demographics, Hispanics and Blacks are 2 times more likely to develop Alzheimer's And women, guess what? 2 times also more likely to develop Alzheimer's. Women are also leaving the workforce because they are the ones that are mostly being the caretakers. So moms are taking care of grandmas, daughters are taking care of moms. So it truly is a very well-rounded, affecting everyone. In Florida alone, we have 580,000 people living with this disease. There's going to be a 24% increase by 2035. It's right around the corner. 720,000 people will be living with this disease. So those are the statistics. They're ugly, and I think it's important that we all understand what they are. I think that knowledge is power, and now it is about the community coming together and doing something about it. And the way that we do something about it is being able to support one another. We have incredible services and programs that we provide to the community, educational, to understand, what the family has to do to be able to take care of someone with Alzheimer's, and truly the preventive measures for it as well. All of this is taken care of by funding, and that part is black and white. We are the #1 organization that gives funds towards Alzheimer's above the federal government, and it is done through funding through our walk. Our walk to end Alzheimer's in Miami is November 20th. It is in Tropical Park. I'm so sorry, and I'm scared to touch this. It's in Tropical Park, and we are right now going live. And truly very, very exciting that we have the ability to go live. We're going to take every single precaution necessary and follow all protocol provided by the government. But we are very, very excited about this. Our walk is currently 4th in the nation, which is unbelievable. So we're looking forward to getting a lot of participation from this community. We have so many different communities that are now involved. Miami-Dade County passed the resolution as well. For the Alzheimer's Association, the city of Miami, and everybody is just starting to get involved to the level that you are. So I am so incredibly appreciative. My colleague Gloria is appreciative as well. I hope that everybody received one of these. It talks about the walk, talks about how to get involved, and we're here for you. My number is in the back. I am available at any time. You text me, you send me an email, and I will be there. So I really, really appreciate your time and this great proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for presenting. We have great respect for those that come in and share knowledge about various issues, and Alzheimer's affects the lives of so many of us in this community. So we thank you very much for your time, for being here. And as you can see,
Thank you.
we were supporting wearing purple. We got our bands. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we do have a proclamation you want to present. So, wanna come?
And if the commission can join me down front. So we're excited to present this City of Opa-locka proclamation to the walk to end Alzheimer's. And we hope and we know that our Gene Simmons of the commission, Commissioner Taylor, our fitness guru, is going to make sure in November that we are there, that we're representing to a walk to end Alzheimer's. So this is a proclamation to the organization. Whereas every 65 seconds, an individual develops Alzheimer's disease. And it is the most expensive disease in America, costing the nation billions of dollars. As a degenerative disease, Alzheimer's is thought to begin 20 years before symptoms rise. It's interesting. Recognizing these events provides an opportunity to promote and join this global conversation about Alzheimer's disease as a public health crisis. Whereas we recognize organizations like the Alzheimer's Association and the importance of Alzheimer's awareness and walks in Alzheimer's, specifically in the African American and Hispanic communities, and we acknowledge the needs of people affected by the Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. Now, therefore, I, Veronica Williams, Vice Mayor, along with the citizens of the great city of Opa-locka and my colleagues, Mayor Matthew Pygott, Commissioner Shirlene Bass, Commissioner Chris Davis, and Commissioner John Taylor, we do hereby proclaim September 21st as Alzheimer's Awareness Day here in the great city of Opa-locka.
All right, let's move on to the business. We have the approval of the consent agenda and pull list. Do we have any pulls, deletions, or deferrals?
Mayor Packard,
Yes.
I would like to pull 7, 5, and 19, please.
So that's 5, 7, and 14.
No, 19,
19, we don't have a 19.
the future agenda, future agenda items.
You have something for the future agenda item.
Yes,
Okay, so we'll get to that when we get to that point.
well, actually, it's a part of the agenda.
Say that one more time?
It's a part of the agenda.
Okay,
Mhm.
got it. Anyone
Thank you.
else?
Mr. Mayor,
Oh. Vice Mayor?
I'm not sure, I didn't hear. Did you pull 14?
No,
Okay.
5, 7, and 19.
Okay.
Hmm.
We can pull 14.
All right. Anyone else? And I'll pull number 1. 13-1.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh,
I'd like
Commissioner
to
Davis.
pull number 11.
anyone else? Okay. All right, Madam Attorney, you have that 1, 5, 7, 11, 14.
I got it. Thank you.
All right. All right, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda and pull list?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Bass,
Second.
second by Commissioner Davis. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes,
Mayor Pygott,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0.
All right, we have a add-on item. Mr. Manager, would you want to present? Oh, Madam Clerk, Attorney, could you read into the record?
Item 14.1, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, authorizing the issuance of a request for proposals, RFP, for independent auditing services, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager.
Mr. Manager, could you state the emergency nature of this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As discussed in the audit committee meeting last week, it was my intent to have this as an add-on item pending any input from any members of the audit committee. We waited until Monday, Tuesday for appropriate input. Input wasn't received, so we went forward, as I stated in the audit committee meeting, to add this to this agenda. Due to the city of Opa-locka being in financial emergency, it's important to CTE to maintain audited financials. Requesting your approval to issue an RFP for independent audit services. Therefore, the request is being presented as an add-on item to meet audit deadlines. Audit financials are a prerequisite of grants and loans. I feel this does meet to the need, the health and welfare of the residents of the city of Opa-locka due to the nature of the financial emergency and how the nature of our finances affects our financial state and thus it affects our residents. Thank you.
Do I have a motion to add this add-on item to the agenda?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Davis,
Second.
second by Commissioner Taylor. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pigott,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0.
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Taylor,
Second.
second by Vice Mayor Williams. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Mayor Pigott,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0.
Do I have a motion to approve the regular commission meeting minutes for July 14, 2021?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Taylor,
Second.
second by Commissioner Davis. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Pigott,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0.
Do I have a motion to approve the regular commission meeting minutes for July 28, 2021?
Move it.
Moved by Vice Mayor Williams,
Second.
second by Commissioner Taylor. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Mayor Pigott,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0.
Do I have a motion to approve the special commission meeting minutes for August 18, 2021?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Taylor,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bass. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pigott,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0.
Do you have any reports from District 1 or 2?
No, Mr. Mayor.
And we don't have any public presentations, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, could you go over the rules for a citizens forum?
Yes. Good evening. City of Opa-locka Commission meetings are held in person at Shervandi Village Auditorium, 215 Purvis Avenue, Opa-locka, Florida. Members of the public wishing to address the commission may do so in person or virtually. Those persons wishing to participate virtually should register prior to the scheduled meeting time on the city's website at www.opalockafl.gov. When speaking before the commission, please make sure to give your full name and address for the record. There is a 3-minute time limit for public comment. Please adhere to the decorum policy, which is part of the commission meeting agenda. City commission meetings are aired through live stream at www.youtube.com/user/City of Opa-locka. And at this time, there are no virtual public participants.
Thank you. All right, citizens forum is open for those in the audience.
Good afternoon, commissioners, mayor, vice mayor. Audrey Dominguez, 1147 Jan Avenue. I first would like to thank the Parks and Recreation Department for taking the seniors on the move to the Jungle Queen. Miss Sonia was our pilot and made sure that we made it safely, and it was a great night out. Resolution number 4. I would like to ask the commission and the mayor and the vice mayor to look in your package in page 159, also page 201 to 204. Total amount, $163,275. If I can see it, you can see it too. I would advise you to not approve this item. Resolution number 7. Request for proposal for lawn, shrubs, trees, pond maintenance services. I strongly think that this is a great idea to change companies. The company that they've had, My Lawn Services Inc., has been with the city of Opa-locka since 2018. And I know once we get a different company, we will see a change. And the city, change is good for the city. I also would like to ask the sponsor, who selects the evaluation committee when looking for over the RFP? Are they residents of Opa-locka? Why are the members staff? Why not have residents in the evaluation? The panel would make a good process to be transparent if you have residents of the city of Opa-locka. So that question is for the sponsor.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Brian Dennis, address 2140 York Street. I watched that special meeting and I really don't like what I heard from it. I really don't like what I heard from it. Let me tell you why I don't like what I heard from it. Because for you all to stand up in that funeral and speak so glowingly about Commissioner Burton and then turn around and question the finances of what was given or what should be paid to the funeral home is mind-boggling to me. You are questioning $12,500 when somebody done stole $300,000 out of building and licensing. You ain't questioning that. You're not questioning that, so that's mind-boggling to me. I sat up there behind Commissioner Bass and listened to you all give that glowing report only to come back on the 18th and do that. Let me tell you what you all should have did and watch an experienced commissioner sit up here. That wasn't something that you should have brought to the commission meeting. That y'all should have went to the manager's office with that and spoke with him about it instead of bringing it to the public. That was real embarrassing. You have no idea how people are talking about that. That's embarrassing. But $300,000 went up out of here. Ain't nobody utter a word. You ain't utter a word. Can't find the football equipment. That check I gave to that coach was $1,000. I am Opa-locka. See, my picture ain't nowhere in the city. So when you're gonna prove something. I moved out here in 1986 and I haven't left since I got out here in 86. All the commissioners that don't serve up here, eventually, whenever they pass on, gonna have to get that welcome, regardless of how well they did in the city or not. Because it's respect, it's honor. But to sit up and act like you all don't know what it is, and then I don't know who teaching y'all that charter that went back and go pull that stuff. Come on, man. That's petty. Burke served. Commissioner Burke served this community. He served this community. And when I wrote that check because of him and what he said at that part needed. And the same thing that I said to him, I said to Ms. Irvin, I said it to Ms. Roberts and Mr. Irvin. I am a part of that booster club, and I'm gonna make sure that what go on, So expect a public information request from me about all them pads that's missing. All that football equipment that's missing that ain't nobody saying nothing about. See, that's money missing that the city paid for with a council check along with an order that I'm gonna be looking for. And I'm quite sure that equipment that's been stolen is more than $12,500. So when y'all wanna question something, question the right thing, not somebody who gave their life to the city.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Forbes, and my address is 2530 York Street. I'm here to speak on number 4, the relocation of the lift station. First of all, I don't know why it's important to relocate it, number 1, and number 2, that's right next door to my property. But I had no idea that you guys was planning on relocating it. I got no notification for it. I think it's a very dangerous thing to do, to relocate it there in the midst of people's homes and their values. I am upgrading my property, not devaluing it by putting a lift station next to it. So I am opposing this, and I ask you guys to oppose it as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Natasha Irvin, 670 Dunant Avenue. You know, Commissioner Burke did so much for this community. I'm sure he spent $12,500 in gas. That's how much he drove around this city, checking on residents, making sure everything okay, checking on businesses, making sure it's okay. And to hear about a lawsuit, see, every time we ask our attorney something, she don't know if. Nothing. I made one phone call and found out that that lawsuit, it was unfounded. Done. And to see that we're questioning paying $12,500 is ridiculous. I'm here to tell you, I don't know if y'all think that the city manager just went all out. I'm here to tell you he didn't. Because I called him and asked him, was the city paying for a caterer? He almost jumped down my throat. He did. But Commissioner Burt is so good to this community. I turned around and made 4 phone calls. And every phone call I made, they said, no problem. And wanted to also send a flower along with the money that they paid to make sure that they had food for the repast. See, the knowledge that he left here with this city, because before he ran for office, he got to know the residents and the business owners. That's what he did. And it would have taken our half a city attorney 2 seconds to do the same thing. And I feel sorry for you all because you all don't have that knowledge. Y'all don't have that knowledge. Everything is up here is young. You don't have that knowledge of being able to call and ask a question or know where to look. The community is speaking. If the rest of Opa-locka knew that they were refusing to pay or there was an issue with paying for his funeral, I'm sure they would be here speaking as well. I've talked to his wife 3 times, her asking me, well, what are they doing? What's going on? That's horrible. And I know this man gave his life to the city. I'm embarrassed to be standing up here talking about this because the resolution should have said we need to find an attorney that knows what's going on in her city, or if she doesn't know, she'll take 5 minutes to look up the information. We're not going to get sued and to mimic off Brian Dennis, let's find where our other money is going. Ain't nobody talking about that. Let's find out about where our park equipment at. Let's talk about that. Let's put that on the agenda. This is sickening, and it should be passed. Y'all can take my business properties and pay the funeral at no, and have some change left over. Have a nice day.
Good evening, Mayor Commission, Tarani Mitchell, 14225 Northwest 22nd Place. I came before the commission previously about the same thing about the mortgage payment for the residents. When I left this meeting that night, I was told that there was someone on it, there was someone handling it, they would call me. I have not received an email, a call, a text from anyone about the situation. I want to find out because we need to do better for our residents. Having families that could not pay their rent because of the pandemic and we offered assistance and it really was not available, that is unacceptable. So I am going to continue to come until I get information or it's something back about it. Because to be told that I'm on it, I'm gonna contact you and we're gonna figure it out. I was waiting on that and it has never come out yet. And the resident asked me again, have you heard anything about it since then? Even though they had to go somewhere and outside the city to get help and the help was here in the city, that's unacceptable. If we were granted the funds to help our residents, it should have been made sure that it was done and taken care of. Also, I came previously on another note about an event that I want to have for the city to try to liven our city back up. And it was said previously that no events or anything will be paid for unless they were on the agenda. I want to make sure that my events for the city is on the agenda for some type of sponsorship, whether if it be this year, next year, whatever. I do plan on still having something in November, something small to be an invitation and to expose, to let them know what we are trying to do for the city so we can bring our city together. Every other city you see, they have events for their cities, something in the lawn, whether if it's jazz or anything, but they come out and have a good time with their residents. We haven't had anything for our city, except, you know, the little things, like I said, for the kids, the Christmas, the Easter. We have adults that live in the city as well. So we want to do something to bring our city together because we need to come back as one. We know there was a financial crisis or whatever. We're trying to move forward with that. But I want to continue to do something at least every 3 months or so we can bring our city together as one. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lamar Cruz. 13831 Northwest 24th Avenue, Opa-locka, Florida. I want to say about what the young lady just said first about having something for the city. If she could take my name down, if you want some support, I throw about 2,000 to it. If you want to get my name now, just give me a call. My issue is about the water issue. You know, right now, everywhere else y'all see around the world, the problems happening to even New York and all that, the flooding. Are we gonna get something straight? Are we started something already to prepare for this hurricane season? Like the water, the flooding in the areas, especially in my area, it gets so flooded I can backstroke in the water. I mean, if we're gonna do something about cleaning the drains or starting something, what I was thinking, maybe if we even, I'll put some support to it financially or whatever. We start opening up some drains towards the lakes or something. I mean, did we anything at the city manager, you working on anything towards the flooding, on the issues, anything? That's one issue I want to discuss. The lift station, if it's gonna help do something about the water issue, hey, so be it. But if it's not, then that's a problem. You know what I mean? Just because my area too. I don't really hear it. I don't pay attention to it too much, but I don't like nothing in the disturbance. You know, I like to have peace, you know, and so that's basically what I want to say. But the water issue is something different. Thank you.
Chris Roberts, 540 Shara Avenue. I have a couple of concerns. One, with the dais, it's very disturbing to find out that the inconsistency of our city is going down a one-way street. When you have trouble in every department here, I could write a story, I could write a book on it, I could pull the documents from my phone, and it's really unbearable with the decisions that's being made here. The other part with Commissioner Burke, this is a person that was out on hands, knees, toes, everything for the betterment of this city. And all we can get from that is nobody have no consideration to say, you know what? He did his work here. As a veteran, as a citizen, loyal, respectful, anything that he can do to build this city, that's what he's always done. We have a dais of young people. We've probably been fighting longer than everybody on the dais here, since 1990. And it's strange to see a young dais and everybody say about change. When the change is gonna come? I have not seen no change here. Well, a couple of black streets, that's it. The morale here sucks. The respect here sucks. The police department sucks. HR sucks. Everything here right now sucks. And the only person that has been on hands and knees to fight for this city, y'all won't even pay $12,500 for.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. My name is Dottie Johnson. I reside at 13724 Northwest 22nd Place in Opa-locka. First of all, I would like to commend all the members of the Audit Committee. We did an excellent job. We're going to bring back some recommendation, and I truly hope that you support it. As it relates to the event calendar, I would like to strongly suggest again, you guys are disconnected from the community. For all the ones that are watching on YouTube, we speaking for you. You all are disconnected. Have you ever asked the community what they want? Not your promotion agenda, not your resume agenda, but what we the people want. As it relates to the pump station, I'm sure I commend Miami-Dade County for convening that land back. We got some we need to convene back. But my concern, not a heartburn, my concern is that we were lacking community engagement. Now, we had a little teleconference last night, and we got a lot of people on the phone, a lot of them watching on YouTube. They don't know anything about this. The booth, if you want to go back and look at the archive, look at what we put in the Miami Herald during the election about all the pump station and the poop we're smelling. Carroll Lane has been affected since 1982. It needs to be fixed. As it relates to the financial ratification, now I've seen and heard that none of you guys knew. I knew, I called some people when I saw a 24-hour viewing. I mean, and no police gonna come and stand up here for nothing. So don't come with that, you know what, talking about you didn't know. You need to rectify it. You need to do, I don't know about your legal sufficiency, but everybody knew about the lawsuit. And now you want to bring that up? That just doesn't sound right to me. Now you want to change. We commend you for change, but you need wisdom. You need experience. And you need to listen. And you guys need to stop battling amongst each other. It's embarrassing. It is truly embarrassing. One not going to forgive the other, and one going to hold it. We're tired of it. And I hope that you get it together. And may God bless each and every one of you of your decision that you're making.
This forum is open. Since this forum is closed. Any responses from the commission?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Davis?
thank you. To Ms. Mitchell and our concerns regarding the housing funds for our residents. My apologies for the delayed response. I was under the opinion or impression that staff had gotten back to you on that issue. If it's still a problem that's lingering, I'll have them reach back out and connect you to those services that are being provided by Miami-Dade County. So as a city, we exhausted all our housing funds in December of last year. So the services that you were speaking on are referral services provided directly from Miami-Dade County. And if it's still a need, we'll make sure you get connected. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else on the commission?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Taylor?
to the manager, two things. Number one, in regards to Ms. Jennifer, Resolution 4 about the lift station being next door to her property. Was she consulted in regard to that?
So residents are not consulted until the conveyance is done and the intent to construct a lift station. So this has not been passed. There's no impending construction at this point until the commission passes that. There's not a public hearing item. This is something we would have made notification of upon the commission's passage of it. But if we want to look at policies and various different things like that, and maybe certain things that may require public input, it being a public hearing and as a standing rule by the commission, I'll be more than happy to entertain that. Because currently only ordinances and certain resolutions are open for public hearing, not this specific conveyance. But again, if there's specific subjects that you feel are at that you guys want me to address in a separate workshop to include the public, I'd be more than happy to draft up a policy through my office and work with the clerk and provide a draft policy for the commission to look at moving forward. And that will provide our direction, because typically items for public hearing, we typically go by the code. What's required for public hearing, what's required for a workshop, and various different things like that. At the end of the day, I understand the concern. The reason lift station is being moved because there's a capacity issue, number one, and there's a wastewater issue in that area. And where the lift station is located is not feasible for continued operation. So that is one of the conveyances that we're doing to to rectify our flooding conditions and overflows, specifically to wastewater. So it is a vital issue. We have pump stations that are near many residents' homes. Ms. Johnson calls me all the time about the pump station by her house and various different things that occur. So pump stations are historically near people's homes on other property in the bordering of homes. So it's not atypical for a pump station to be next to a residential property. It's not typical here. It's not typical in the United States. No, I'm sorry, it is typical. It's typical, wrong word. It's not atypical, it's not atypical for a pump station to be near a residence. If we want, like I said, if we want to look at policy and there's certain things that I put on the agenda that you guys feel like, hey, this should be a public hearing item, or this should be an item that we need to do a workshop, I'll be more than happy to look at those items and maybe consult with the commission through the clerk and see if you guys want to workshop certain items. But at this point, this conveyance does not require a workshop or a public hearing. But if we want to move it to one, I'm more than happy to do that. Mr. Austin, can I bring Mr. Austin up real quick? Mr. Austin, do we have a timeline? Does this need to be conveyed immediately as far as the lift station? Do we have time? Can we pull it and make it into a workshop or something like that?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
We can go.
Okay, we'll do it during the agenda item, but I
Exactly.
just want
That item has been pulled, so it is something that we will have to discussion. I think the intent of Commissioner Taylor's question specifically was notifying the community. That is a major change. And it does affect those. So as our resident come up here and let us know, Commissioner Taylor, correct me if I'm wrong, is just whether or not the surrounding community or the surrounding households was notified.
Okay, so in regard to the timeline, today we voted on the conveyance, so just to the possibility of it being moved. Now, once it is moved, will they be notified in regards to construction? Because she talked about her trying to beautify her house and her neighborhood, but we don't want it to directly disturb her property.
Right. So the intent of the pump station, number one, is use the property for a pump station. Another intent for the property is actually build and develop a park on that property as well. So that's our intent. Our intent is to put a pump station on a portion of the property and install a park on the remaining portion of the property. So the property is going to be utilized for more than just a pump station.
Okay. So then maybe we should communicate the whole vision to the residents so that they understand what we're seeing. So that everybody we're all speaking the same language on the same thing.
I understand. Again, if the commission wants to change policy and workshop certain items and that policy is developed, I'm more than happy to address that. You know, there will, upon this agenda item coming up, there will be discussion in regards to it. Mr. Austin will present it, and the intent and use of the property be brought up. And a lot of those things are discussed at these meetings, you know, due to sunshine. And then, you know, if the commission feels like there's a conveyance that we're doing that is in nearby property and residents need to be notified, we'll do that moving forward. But again, there's no formal, nothing in our ordinances that says that, but I have no problem deviating from that upon you all's direction.
And then the second thing, Mr. Mayor, is in regards to, Mr. Lamar's concern about the flooding in his area. He asked if there's something that the city is doing to combat that. Can we talk about that to him?
Sure, I was going to answer those two questions once the commission comments were completed, but I will address it now. As you all know, the city has significant flooding issues. A plan is being put in place. That plan preliminary is presented to the commission. The plan's implementation will be forthcoming in regards to certain areas to do construction in certain areas to start in. So again, that presentation was done last month, I believe, or the month before, to the commission. And we're addressing it. As far as drains being unclogged in the area, I have my executive assistant here, and she will notate that, and I will have a conversation with Mr. Austin in regards to cleaning drains in various different areas and residential areas, and see if it's truly a drain clog or infrastructure issue, because some of our issues cannot be resolved through clearing drains. It's a infrastructure capacity issue. But I will address that area with Mr. Austin and get input from him, and I will provide a written response in regards to that to the commission.
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor Williams.
just wanted to respond to Ms. Mitchell. Just for the record, you and I had a conversation about the housing assistance, and I actually emailed you information and we spoke about that. So for Miami-Dade County, not for Opa-locka, because I do know so I'm thinking maybe, I'm not sure if you remember that conversation or the email that I emailed you. We had a conversation at night, one night. No, no, because. Oh, okay. No, it's fine. I mean, we'll talk, but I do know that I sent information to you about that because I know that had been an ongoing question that you had. So I don't know if maybe your email. Okay, just wanted to make sure. I didn't want you to think that we forgot about you. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Bass.
I would like to address Mrs. Johnson's comment about involving the community, the residents, when it comes to what the residents would like to have. I totally agree with you. After the meeting or later on this week, we can have a conversation on some things that you all would like to see going forward, because I think it's prudent that if we live in a city, we should be able to enjoy our city. So thank you for that.
All right. So thank you for coming up for us and let us know the issues. As piggyback on Commissioner Bass in terms of events, this city is for you. Our events are for you, and tax dollars are paid by our residents and our business owners. You have the right at any point in time to request events or initiatives, whatever you would like. Continue to speak to the Parks and Recreation Director. That's the first line, and then you go to the manager. And if you're not getting the events that fulfills that, feel free to reach out to us as a commission so that we can do what we need to do to ensure that staff is addressing the needs of our residents. That's what's important, and we want to make sure that you engage. So if there's a lack of events that's engaging, please let us know what those things are so we can move forward. I heard a few residents come up and speak about flooding in terms of moving the pump station and also the flooding across the city. We did declare a flooding emergency throughout the city of Opa-locka. And under that emergency, we've been taking a few actions to try and address this flooding throughout the city. We had major projects in Glorieta. We have a stormwater master plan that is actually in action right now. We're hoping to give us a very clear view of all the flooding throughout the city of Opa-locka and start to prioritize those changes. This pump station is a part of that plan. A few years ago, we had 19 pump stations, and a large majority of them were not operating up to standards. With the movement of this pump station, this will be one of the final pump stations that will be upgraded and developed so it can handle the capacity of our city as it grows. So this particular item in regards to moving the pump station, I'm glad to hear residents coming out about that. We will be discussing how people moving forward will be notified in advance of such as a large change. But thank you for being a part of that discussion. We are having this discussion for our first time today. Brought before us to get this property and put a pump station on there. So I look forward to the discussion, and you can stay for that in particular. In regards to Commissioner Burke and funeral expenses, we will be discussing that. That is on our agenda item. So if you're interested in that conversation, still feel free to stay for that. But one thing I do want, Mr. Manager, if you can speak on where we are with the cleaning of the drains. I know that's part of our flooding master plan. Could you speak on where we are with cleaning out the drains throughout the city of Opa-locka?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'll add, if I may I ask Mr. Austin to come up and provide kind of thorough comments in regards to the drains? I can give a holistic thought process, but if you want exact information, I can have Mr. Austin come up.
It can be brief because we have a few residents here. Let's do a quick, brief conversation about, well, not conversation, but you just where we are with that storm drain cleaning.
Ari Austin, Public Works Director. The stormwater drain cleaning was approved at the July 28th commission meeting. Notice to proceed was issued last week, and the vendor is scheduled to start the process next week in cleaning the 112 drains throughout the city. We are going to address the hot spots first, and then we're going to do standard cleaning beyond that.
If I'm not mistaken, didn't we buy a storm vac truck a few years ago, and we started a process to clean out those drains?
Yes, sir. We're still in the process of hiring personnel to operate the truck on a full-time basis. But moving forward, we wanted to address the concerns of the city, and we have brought before the commission, this is the second round, service to have a third-party vendor clean our drains until such time that we're able to do it internally.
Okay. All right.
If I may add, Mr. Mayor, secondarily, with the amount of flooding that city has, one truck is not sufficient to clean that number of drains in the amount of time that's required. And it's not uncommon for a city to subcontract or contract with a third-party vendor to clean drains, and which is what the commission approved. Because of the flooding emergency, yes, we have one truck, and even if it was staffed, I don't believe it would be sufficient enough to clean 112 drains in a sufficient manner. And so we want to make sure we have somebody on contract when it floods, that we have quick response and have those issues addressed in an expeditious manner. And because we level a flood emergency, I think this commission would agree that having somebody on standby on a subcontract basis is beneficial to get everybody's issues addressed at one time. Thank you.
All right, and looking at the agenda, I see that the item in regards to the movement of that pump station was passed already with our consent agenda. So with that, does anyone on the commission want to say anything in regards to that? Would like the manager and public works to speak on that a little more detail, because I just realized we actually already passed it.
Mayor Paget?
Commissioner Bass?
Yes, if I may say, in regards to the lift station, I basically read this whole, what I call the Bible for this meeting. And I saw the location of where that lift station hopefully maybe will be placed coming up. I heard the city manager state that apart from the lift station, there will also be tentatively, I would say, a park. I would just hope that if that happens, that because we are in the business right now of also beautifying our community, that lift station won't be a sore eye next to the park. So if that happens, I would just pray that some kind of barrier or whatever the case may be to shield the park from the lift station. So, you won't be at the park just looking at the lift station. There will be something that is pleasing to the eye to see. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Davis?
Thank you. Yeah, I do realize that the item was a part of the consent agenda, which is why I didn't propose a discussion on it. But I am very concerned about the situation, with the lift station and obviously the inconvenience that's causing the resident. I guess it's a question to the attorney, if you're with me. Is it proper, could we potentially reconsider the item by way of putting a motion on the floor? Even though it was a part of the original set of consent agenda?
Yes, you can make a motion to amend the agenda and bring that out of consent if you would like to.
Okay, yes, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda.
And pull item 4. All right, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Williams. In discussion. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Mayor Paget.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. All right, let's move on to our agenda items. No further thoughts on citizens forum. All right, item 13.1.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with H.W. Lochner, Inc. to provide engineering consulting services to replace the water mains in the city of Miami Gardens, north of Northwest 151st Street to Northwest 154th Street, between 37th Avenue and 32nd Avenue, an amount not to exceed $150,000, providing for incorporation recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager.
Do I have a motion? Moved by Commissioner Taylor,
Second.
second by Vice Mayor Williams. Mr. Manager, could you introduce this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have very keen awareness of this item, so unless there's questions from Public Works, I should be able to knock this one out. In regards to the area that Miami Gardens owns. They're in process of repaving and redoing the streets in that area. The issue we have is there are water mains in that area that fall under the responsibility of the city of Opa-locka. And what we're being told by Miami Gardens, I'm sorry, not Miami-Dade County, but Miami Gardens is upon repaving that roadway, upon us asking for clearance to break that roadway to put our water mains in, they will not authorize it because that is a financial impact based on work they've done. So Miami Gardens has kind of been holding up their process as far as doing repaving and construction in the area to give us the opportunity to work on those water mains. So I think it's vitally essential that it be done. It is part of our overall plans. It's just being being done in a rapid pace because we are holding up Miami Gardens as far as the improvements they want to do in that area.
All right. All right, I'll pull this item because whenever there's issues with our water, I want to make sure that we discuss and bring it up. I know that right now in regards, we are replacing these pipes in the city of Miami Gardens. What is our plan as a city to replace the pipes, and where are we in regards to replacing pipes and our water infrastructure throughout the city of Opa-locka?
So, Mr. Mayor, through the mayor, Mr. Mayor, these are not Miami Gardens pipes. These are city of Opa-locka water mains that are on the property that Miami Gardens has. So our pipes run, it's a bordering property, our pipes run in that area. So in order to do the proper replacements, a thorough replacement, we would have to break up their street for us to go and access our water mains. So these are not Miami Gardens water mains. These are city of Opa-locka water mains that impacts Miami Gardens in that any replacement of those water mains would cause a disruption and us destroying any road project that we do. So they asked us as a level of courtesy and respect that one city provided.
Mr. Manager,
So
the question was not about the actual pipes in the city of Miami Gardens. I clearly understand that. The question was, where are we with our pipes throughout the city? These pipes are part of our water infrastructure and some of the extends in Miami Gardens. What is our plan to replace the pipes within the city, and where are we in regards to replacing our water distribution, upgrading it as a part of our regular maintenance of our water system?
Mr. Mayor, this is not directly related to this agenda item. I'm not prepared to answer that question in detail. We'd be more than happy to provide a report to the commission in regards to the matter.
Okay.
I was not prepared. This is the first time I've heard this question. There was no email sent from the legislative aid in regards to inquiry in regards to this question. This is the first time I'm hearing the question tonight. And in order to provide the commission a thorough, succinct, and clear response, I want to be able to work with my public works department, provide a formal and detailed response to the commission. Thank you.
Our water system is in need of upgrade throughout the city of Opa-locka. And at our agenda briefing last week, I specifically asked this question to the manager and was advised that we need to conduct a needs assessment of our water system throughout the city of Opa-locka. And I asked that in regards to our also water rate study. In upgrading our system throughout the city of Opa-locka, we need to be able to in order to address the water challenges with the high water bills that we have in the city of Opa-locka, we have to do a water rate study, which will take into consideration our water infrastructure. So projects like these are projects that will be coming out of our water and sewer fund. And what I would like to see clearly from management and from Public Works is a very clear understanding that our residents and we as a commission can get on what is the plan to upgrade those pipes. How does that tie into our water rates? And when will we be able to get a very clear understanding of that? This is a challenge about our infrastructure has been going on for many years. And I want to take a moment as we approve this subsection of the project to get a very clear, larger understanding of that project. We're unable to do that right now, Mr. Manager. I can understand that, but I would appreciate if we can get a very clear picture of what are we going to do in terms of that needs assessment study. When is that going to be put in our one of our upcoming budgets, and when we're going to get a water rate study as a part of that, so that we can address the issue that many of our residents talk about on a regular basis. So that's why I pulled this item. I wanted to bring that to the attention of my colleagues and make sure that people know that we are addressing this, and we have a plan to make sure that not just replacing pipes in Miami Gardens, we have a plan to do that within our city limits. So with that, is there any further discussion on this item?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Manager.
First, thank you for that request. I ensure that the Public Works Department provides a report in regards to that. As far as water rates are concerned, that is not directly related to this agenda item, but and we did provide you a response during our briefing in regards to water rates. And if you would like for us to provide that response to the entire commission in writing, we'd be more than happy to do so as well.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? All right, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Pygott.
Yes.
Sorry, Mayor.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, 13-4.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, accepting the conveyance of Lot 25 York Street in the City of Opa-locka, identified by folio 08-2122-011-0990 from Miami-Dade County, authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with EAC Consulting, Inc. for continuing professional architectural and engineering consulting services for the rehabilitation and relocation design for lift station number 4 to York Street, Lot 25, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager.
All right, do I have a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Vice Mayor Williams,
Second.
second by Commissioner Taylor. Mr. Manager, could you introduce this item?
Thank you. After kind of thinking about public comments in regards to this item is in regards to relocation of a lift station that's being conveyed by Miami-Dade County to the city in regards to pump station services. And actually, I have checked my archives. This property originally was owned by Opa-locka CDC. Opa-locka CDC actually sent a formal notification to the entire commission stating that they will be conveying this property back to Miami-Dade County specifically for the use of a lift station. That was sent by the CEO of Opa-locka CDC to our Public Works Director and the entire commission, as well as sent to me. And so the commission was made notification by the Opa-locka CDC that they were reconveying the property back to Miami-Dade County because they were the original owners that Miami-Dade County gave that property to, and that they were lobbying to Miami-Dade County for the possession of that lift station to be changed over to the city of Opa-locka. So communication did some months ago around the time of some various other actions related to the Opa-locka CDC that you all were sent a memorandum from the CEO stating that his intent was to request Miami-Dade County through District 1 to convey that property back to the city for the use and operations of the CDC. So this is not the first time the commission has, heard this item on the dais, but it's not the first time the commission has been notified of this. And I want to say, I believe the commission was notified by the Opa-locka CDC CEO to see if there was any objections from any commission members in regards to them requesting Miami-Dade County to reconvey the property to the city of Opa-locka. No objection was heard. Again, I wasn't even copied on the initial email. It was forwarded to me by the Director of Public Works. The communication that went to him with the city commission copied on it. And so this has been a huge undercoming and process in that there was, this item was heard at Miami-Dade County Board meeting. It was passed by Miami-Dade County. At the end of the day, approval is needed to accept conveyance. There's an option for the city not to accept conveyance in regards to it, but I will say the lift station is vitally needed if we want to look around our overall wastewater plan for the city and expanding capacity for the area. I just wanted to make clarification because this is not the first time the item has been heard. Upon this initiation, there was communication. Let it be a response given or not, I'm not aware, but we did move forward on the best interest of the city. So at the end of the day, is it at the commission's luxury to not accept conveyance, in which now the property just be reverted back to Miami-Dade County and is them being the owners, and we keep the lift station where it's at. If this impacts one resident, like I said, I'm more than happy to have a conversation with that resident and upon the design of the pump station to kind of discuss her concerns and maybe design the pump station to the resident's liking since it's bordering her property. Also, the intent is to build a park on that property. That is the intent. We're not just going to throw a pump station that's unsightly. There's going to be other areas of the property that's available for development by our city. And I think the perfect use for the remainder of that property is for a public park for our children and residents to play. Thank you.
Floor is open for discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor Williams.
question for the manager or Mr. Austin, either one. On page 205, there's an outline of the property. First, does the lift station sit towards the back of the property? Is that the goal? And then the park in the front? And then my next question is, I've seen where some cities build a structure around. Is that something that we're planning to do?
So I can answer that question.
Okay.
The intent is to build a structure around this pump station because it's vital infrastructure for wastewater. So it has to be a proper structure built to secure it. So the pump station will have the proper design. And actually, some of our pump stations have are designed based on the city's heritage. And I would want to see through this, that pump station be designed to reflect the colors and the heritage of the city and be designed appropriately in that way. So it won't be unsightly structure, number one. And number two, it will expand the capability of a pump station for other areas of the city. Thirdly, if there's any overflows in that area, that will resolve those overflows because of pump station capacity. And then there will be a park that's designed. Upon design, I'm more than happy prior to bringing that to the commission to hold a workshop to discuss the design of the pump station and invite residents to obtain their input as far as the design. Residents in that general area, I have no problem doing a mailer and have them come out and to discuss the design of the pump station and the actual impact. Most pump stations are not very loud if built efficiently. This is a modern pump station. It's not one of our older pump stations that make a lot of noise or racket. They're typically very quiet. They're typically very efficient. And again, it actually improves wastewater within that community as well. If there's any wastewater overflows that are occurring. I, for one, will make sure that there will be resident participation as far as the design of the pump station and even the design of the park and how that park is going to impact the residents in that community.
And my next question, Mr. Mayor, sorry. Does that pump station sit in the back of the property? Where does it, what's the plan?
Mr. Austin?
Intent is to locate the pump station to the rear of the property. And like the manager said, enclose it in a structure. Similar to the pump station that we have here at Shabandi, it's enclosed in a concrete structure, mitigating any noise and smell pollution. That's our intent. This agenda item is solely for the design and the conveyance of the pump station. Like the manager said, as the design comes to fruition, the public will be engaged for their input.
Mr. Mayor, and you mentioned something that I did want to come back to. The pump station at Shabundy does leak a smell often.
Yes.
Is that something that could potentially happen with this station?
This station, the wet wells for Shabundy Pump Station is not enclosed inside of the station. This station, the wet wells that has the ammonia smell will be contained inside with treatment systems for aroma.
Now, I'm just I'm thinking we have the pump station and right next to it is the playground right here at Shabundy. And it smells. I'm on the playground. I know this for a fact. And it's uncomfortable. So we're saying that with this property, we're going to do the exact same thing.
It's going to be an improvement to the Shabundy.
But potentially, so is it a 100% fail safe that it will never have an odor?
I'm not able to say that.
So if I can speak on that. First, this will be a newer, more modern pump station. Before we even start construction with any company to do this at pump station, because of the concerns heard by residents and even heard from you today, Madam Vice Mayor, we're not engaging with anybody unless they're able to build a pump station and provide proper protocols and ensure there's no inappropriate smell, especially being next to a residence. As far as the pump station, Shabundy is an older one. And we as slowly but surely, we're working on kind of upgrading our pump stations. So if that's an issue, I will have Mr. Austin do a needs assessment at that pump station. If there is a smell that you feel that affects how our residents and children live and play in this area, we will address that because that is a significant issue. But it is an older pump station. And we do have a wastewater issue that we're addressing, but I will make sure we put that in top priority, Madam Vice Mayor. That needs specifically in regards to the smell of the pump station.
Any other discussion on this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Taylor?
Okay, so in regards to the location of the pump station, you talked about the OLCDC, but the email, I just looked at it up, we asked for that property, correct?
So.
Because that's what the email states. That Mr. Austin.
No, I wait.
Inquired about that property. No, one second. But my other question is, did we explore any other option for this pump station as opposed to being right next in between two houses on York Street? Because where it exists now is in front of a house down the street, I guess to the right of that picture. So you're proposing that we move it in the middle of those two houses. But the letter states that we, the city, inquired about that property. So did we look or explore any other places in that area where residents will not be affected?
So first, we have to, the process in requesting the acquiring of the property is deeded to Miami-Dade County and Opa-locka CDC. So we have to, because the Opa-locka CDC had control of that property, we have to make appropriate requests and state our intent. So we stated the request, the intent was made, and like I said, a document was sent from the Opa-locka CDC and is addressed to Mr. Austin and I believe the City Commission in regards to that, the conveyance of the pump station. Secondly, in regards to that, I will tell you, it is more economic to relocate that pump station to that property than move it into an entire different area, in the area surrounded by residential area. So as far as cost reduction, it is more feasible to place the pump station in that location. Any location other than that will be more expensive, and we would have to find a city-owned property if one exists, and if not, we would have to buy the property of a potential location. And if we do that, that is at a great expense when the county's only charging us $10. So if somebody private owns the property and not a government entity, then we pay way more money for the property and infrastructure costs will be exorbitant because those pipes will have to be relocated from that specific pump station to a newer pump station that most likely may not be in the area. So cost wise, I would not advise that. And we have not explored any other properties because that is the more convenient property and most cost-effective property to have that pump station at. And again, it's not uncommon for pump stations to be placed near residential areas. It's not uncommon. It's based on ownership of the property. If the city owns the property, if it doesn't own the property, if another government entity owns the property, and then again, if it's another property the city does not own, we would have to purchase that property at market value. And then, like I said, that drives up development costs. And home sales and property sales are high at this point. So the cost per square footage would be a very exorbitant amount.
Okay, my only concern is because the citizen had the concern. So I want us to be courteous to our citizens that when you talked about our ordinances doesn't say that we have to go to them, but maybe we should. For big changes like this that will, directly affect that community. So is there a way that we can, talk to those neighbors that on the left and on the right of that pump station, let them know what's going on, hey, and give them some sense of ease in regards to this?
Through the mayor, Mr. Commissioner, I hear you 100%. Upon the design of the property, those residents will be consulted in regards to the design to ensure that the impact is not great on their property. And secondly, as I stated, I will work with the city clerk in looking at other cities and drafting policies on various items being mandatory, either public hearings and or special commission meetings or workshops to address those items as part of our policies and protocols. Like I said, our ordinances and our laws currently do not afford that to be a public hearing item. And typically with public hearing items, especially when it affects property, yeah, you're right. Customarily, there are millers that go out and there's various items that go out in regards to that. But this is somewhat different as far as this item is being conveyed to the city of Opa-locka by the county. What also makes this different is this is not a private development. So our other department that kind of deals with that area is not involved, and there's no mandatory reason for them to be involved. And community development items majorly are public hearing items. So this doesn't fall in that category. Again, as I stated to the commission, I would be more than happy to draft a policy to ensure more public input in regards to various items that have a specific public impact. The item is reviewed. We look at ordinances. City attorney reviews it for legal for sufficiency, and we place items on the agenda. If something falls in the level of public interest, duly noted, and we'll do the appropriate policies to address that. And a charter review is needed anyway. So maybe that's something you want to include in our charter as far as conveyance of property being an ordinance and which thus makes it a public hearing item. I don't know if you want to do that. I'm not an attorney. So, I mean, we can draft a simple policy to address it at this time and then look at something else further later on down the road.
Any other discussion on this item?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Davis?
thank you. To the manager, tonight's item pretty much deals with the design and conveyance of the station. If we vote on this tonight, can the conversation still happen regarding design and including residents and the due process?
So the answer to your question is yes. This is just design. This is not construction. So anything, this will have to come back on the agenda for you guys to approve a construction agreement, which that happens at the design phase. So between design and construction, we'll have the appropriate meetings that you guys want and desire prior to this coming before the commission for approval for construction. So the commission tonight, even if you approve this, it's just us agreeing to convey the property and pay Miami-Dade County $10 and design. You all still have to approve construction. So there are plenty of bites at the apple here, but we'll be more than happy in between those two phases to do those appropriate meetings. And like I said, I will get with the city clerk to see, what's appropriate, what other cities do and how we want to do this. If we want to advertise it, send formal letters, or just go by and knock on the homes on the first couple blocks. So I have to kind of look at the methodology and how we're going to approach this, but I'll speak to the clerk about it.
Thank you. Yeah, in my opinion, I think we need to go forward with some sort of process that involves a hearing, whether it's, if you do it by ordinance and it, offers that opportunity, or we end up workshopping it or whatever management chooses. But I do think we need to offer the proper opportunity for the residents to weigh in, on the design of that. I mean, they are rightly concerned, being that sewage and, is in very close proximity to their home and could potentially, lead to, any sort of public safety or, any sort of concerns that sewage tends to bring long term. So I do hear that concern. But yeah, I think given the history of the land and where we are with flooding and those concerns, that it may be just economically feasible and cost effective to move forward. So I look forward to having those conversations and revisiting the matter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. I want to echo the concerns of my colleagues. I am in agreement with the fact that we need to do this and move this pump station. But I wanted to be clear, Mr. Manager, that we as a commission have recently heard one of our residents come up here and speak out against this. So we want to do our due diligence as a commission to make sure that some of the basic impacts on that area is thoroughly thought through and it's in these design documents. That is why we pulled this item so that we have confidence from management that will take consideration the impact it's going to have on the residents when it comes to sound, when it comes to smell, when it comes to the actual beautification of this. So while we may have received this letter back in April in regards to this topic, we get a lot of letters, but when it comes to something like this, we want to make sure that our residents are clear and also have that courtesy that if such a major change is going to be happening within their community, they also are aware of it so that they know what is going on. They don't have to wake up one morning and see these things happening and it is shocking to them. That's what we would like to see. If we need to put in place a policy to ensure that this government and administration gives our residents that courtesy, we can and we will bring that up and take that step. In particular, Commissioner Davis specifically requested whether or not if this item passes today, will the community be involved in design? And when I look at all bids and proposals and documents that come before us, usually there is a line item that says we're going to have this many community workshops, or we're going to have a phase to incorporate community comments. And as I'm looking at this fee schedule on page 165 and also at design services on 163, I don't see that as a part of this this current proposal. So if we pass this tonight, how would that be incorporated without it being within the contract given to the contractor?
So first, Mr. Mayor, I too care about our residents, and I may not be a resident, but I care about the input of our residents. So I just want to make that clear. My office takes resident input on a consistent basis, and we respond to individual resident inquiries all the time. So the city manager's office and management, we significantly care about our residents, where they work, live, and play, and that's including stakeholders. First, and secondly, this pump station impacts the entire area and as well as the economic development in the area. So we do have an impact of 2 residents and we'll appropriately address that. Typically involvement is brought in at the construction phase. If there's going to be construction, this stuff has to be properly bidded and various different things like that. I'm telling you because you all, it's in the minutes and you guys provided a concern and that's part of these minutes. I guarantee that we will garner resident input at the design phase. That is on the record. There's no amendment required unless specific commission members may want to amend the resolution to add additional line in regards to directing me to the doing that, but that is not needed. The commission's intent is heard loud and clear. My staff will ensure it happens. We have a PR firm that we work with that's more than capable of doing it compared to hiring or adding it to a part of a contract. So please trust in my office that this will occur. And again, as I stated, there are multiple bites at this apple. We're at design phase. You guys requested a workshop in regards to discussing the design with the impacting residents and the area. That can be scheduled. Construction has to occur. That has to come back before the commission. There's a cost attached to construction. You all have to approve that. That's another bite at the apple. Hey, Mr. Manager, you didn't have a workshop, but that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen, I assure you. And so my thing is, I need to go to the city clerk, see how we generally do advertisements for stuff that we deal with community development. What is that protocol? What is the ranges? How many residents do we typically notify? And based on that, we would draft the appropriate postcards, letters, etc., announcing the day of the workshop, providing input for the design. We can have the company that's doing the design here to hear resident input before final design is done. All those things are proper. And I ask for the commission to trust in me as your manager, that you ask me for something on the record, which is done many times, by the way, that I will handle it appropriately. Thank you.
So just to be clear, there's no need to make any changes to this current contract in regards to the design section to incorporate community involvement. The contractor will do that without cost, and we'll incorporate this, and I guess it will be put in some type of timeline based upon your community.
So the contract,
what I'm hearing.
yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, any other discussion on this item? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Mayor Pygott,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0.
Next item, 13.5.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, ratifying the city manager's emergency decision to secure H&R Paving, Inc. for temporary roadway resurfacing repairs on Cairo Lane within the city, authorizing roadway repairs in an amount not to exceed $248,500, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager.
Do you have a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Vice Mayor Williams.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Mr. Manager.
Thank you. I would like to introduce this item in regards to, as you know, the city has a flooding emergency. There were issues in regards to Cairo Lane that had to be addressed immediately as far as the passability of the roadway for our businesses. I met with multiple businesses over the last 3 months. They expressed their displeasure about not being able to enter and access their property and losing economic cost and causing an economic impact on their businesses in regards to vehicles going down the roadway. I saw it to be a potential issue of liability, especially in regards to flooding. And I thought it was essential that this roadway repair is done, especially on Cairo Lane. At this time, I asked 300 Engineering to come up to provide an update on Cairo Lane and kind of specifically talk about the impact that this repaving has on the road as far as the progression of the development of Cairo Lane. I asked Mr. Austin, engineer of record, and his associate to come up and provide a presentation. If IT can put on the presentation.
Hi, good evening. My name is Anna Borek. I'm from 200 Engineering Group.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Franklin Torrealba, 300 Engineering. I am one of your consultants. My address is 6700 Southwest 112th Avenue, Miami. What I wanted to do today was briefly give you an update in the status of the Carol Lane project. As you know, this project was started a few years back by another company called Inter County Engineering and SSM. And for economic reasons, the project was put on hold. Started the design, construction, and stopped. And then also it includes Carol Lane, Alexandria, and 127th.
Next slide.
Next slide. Last September 2020, we were hired by the city to assess what was done so far in the field and in the design and take it to completion. Okay. So as part of that, we also work with the city, and this total schedule will take, and I'll show you in a minute, in about 18 months. And because as the city manager mentioned, it was necessary to do something because it was a safety, it was a public safety. That road, we rode it before when we were getting ready to do the job, and it was a really unsafe tracking conditions. When it rains, about a foot of water accumulated on that road. That's a big safety, not only for the businesses, for the people walking or just driving around. And also, as part of the project that we're going to talk about in a minute, this will improve the disposal of any unsuitable materials that we find. Now, what we did is to ensure that this was done properly and safely and save money, because money is a big issue. We put ourselves in your shoes and want to make sure that everything's safe. This road was designed using the former Inter County Engineering specs, but most importantly, it was done to meeting FDOT standards. So what that means is when we come with our phase, with the second phase, let's call it the second phase of the project, your base road will be used. It's good phase, good base, it will be reused. So I think we're going to be able to look at it, the project we work into phases to make sure for the safety of the public and the staff. So briefly, if you look at our project schedule, and I don't think, can you see that? You can, right? Can you? Okay. So where we are now is today, we have to, like I mentioned before, we have to do the assessment. Exactly where are we? What is in the ground? And when we started to do that, we noticed there was all kind of debris. I think you guys know that. There's all kind of debris all over. So we needed to stop our assessment. We have to get a contractor to get out there and clean not only the what we call regular debris, but on 127th, there's a lot of contaminated soil with gas contaminated soil. So what we've been working with the city for the last 6 months is trying to make sure we get those contractors on board. I was notified by the city today, this week, hopefully tomorrow, we will get notified, approved and authorized. What that means is this: Anna, our project manager, already spoke with the 2 contractors, Enviro West and World Petroleum. They're going to be dealing with the petroleum contaminated, and we're going to be able to start construction very soon. I say 2 to 3 weeks max. That means cleaning the entire basin, the area, the road. Once we clean it, we're going to go with our surveyors and our inspectors. We're going to make sure and measure the depth of the pipe, what's out there, do a complete assessment. Once we do that, then we're going to come back to the city and say, look, this is what we have to do. Then we're going to be able to give you a scope of work to do what's called the design. But it's going to be a detailed design. So we're going to expedite that. I think we have 4 months now. We're going to push to get it done in 3 months. That's a month savings. Then once we do the design, we're going to jump into permitting. We got to go to DERM. We got to go to FDOT, by the way. So the good news is right now the city stands in excellent relationship with DERM. Mr. Austin last week did a great presentation about the city of Opa-locka. It's called the URT. It's a meeting with all the municipalities in Dade County and the cities. Go, and he spoke about all the progress that have been made. I think what the city manager was saying about all these new pump stations coming into compliance for capacity, so you get economic development. So between your reputation now, and we work very closely with Durham. I was just mentioning this morning that we pull a permit for City of Miami Beach on a key project on the water side in 1 day, on the sewer side a month. That's excellent. So we're gonna, right now, I think we have 4 months. So we're gonna expedite it, trying to get it to 2 months. That's another 3 months we're cutting. Now, when we do the specifications, which is the design, and we help you with procurement, we're gonna do a couple things. We're gonna look for, is there any savings we can have in time and money? And one thing's gonna be critical, so I know we gotta get this done. All I hear from everybody is we gotta get it done. So we're gonna, in construction, we're gonna work out a sequence of construction, because you have the 2 avenues, you got the street, and you can't just lock them up all and all work at the same time. So we're gonna have to work out a sequence of construction to ensure they're doing it in a way that is fast, safe, and quickly. But most importantly, what we're gonna do is we're gonna put liquidated damages for the contractor. You can put up to $1,000 per day. So we're gonna give them 5 months of construction. We're gonna reduce it hopefully from 6 to 5. And if they pass 1 day, it's $1,000. So they're gonna wanna get it done. And the best part, we're gonna work together with the city and with the contractor more on a, let's get it done. And I think we're gonna be able to cut it from right now is April 23rd. We're gonna be able to bring it back to us originally proposed to these chambers, which will be December 2022. And as I mentioned this morning, our firm is fully committed to getting it done. And what we can do, public outreach is something that is critical. So we should start as within, I would say, 4 to 5 months, getting out there, talking to the owners, to the community. Some people, when Anna went and did the first field visit, some people really want it, some people don't really want it. So we're gonna have to do what's called a public outreach and work with the community to ensure that we get buy-in. Are we gonna get 100% buy-in? No. But if we get 1 or 2 out of 30, then we're very successful. So that's kind of the plan. And I personally, as I mentioned to the city this morning, I am a director for 300 Engineering, and I'm making our own personal commitment to get it done by the stipulated date.
Does that conclude your introduction, Mr. Manager?
No, Mr. Mayor, if I also would also include, some of the hesitation that we're receiving is understand that a lot of the businesses' property taxes have been reduced due to the state of the roadway. So a lot of issues we run into is upon the roadway being done and Cairo Lane done, the city ultimately can recover those assessments that we lost as far as the businesses requesting a reduction in their tax bills, which has impacted the city. And so upon that roadway being done, potentially it will affect those businesses and cause their taxes to go back up. And so that is a part of an impact as well. My office is aware of the issue, and my staff was not initially available this morning to meet with the mayor, with 300 Engineering. But upon hearing that the meeting was scheduled, we ensured staff was in the meeting. And I thought it was prudent that the rest of the commission hear the same presentation or similar to what the mayor heard this morning during the presentation and report he received at 9:00 a.m. Again, that my boss office said we were not available for, and it was still scheduled. That concludes my introduction, Mr. Mayor.
Floor is open for discussion.
If I may.
Commissioner
Yeah, I
Bass.
pulled this because I really truly wanted some clarification on Cairo Lane. Because for as long as I can remember, I've been hearing Cairo Lane and dollar amount. And I am just very, very concerned going forward that history does not repeat itself as it relates to making sure that everything's done. I actually received a call a couple of days ago about some issues that was happening on Cairo Lane with trucks already tearing up what was already mended. So that was my reasoning for bringing that up. I just want to make sure that we don't do what we did before and that all the monies that we're putting into Cairo Lane does not go to waste. That is a huge, huge problem that we have in our city. not intentionally wasting money, but it happens so that it's wasted. And I don't want to see us putting dollars again over and over and over and over again into the same project with nothing happening. I just want to make that clear that, and I'm quite sure I'm not just speaking for myself, I'm speaking for several of us here, if not all of us, that it's time that a period come to Caroline. It needs to be done with, done, finished, done, completed. So I'm just looking forward to see the end results of Caroline. And I'm still concerned about the traffic on Caroline that is tearing up the streets every time it's mended, which is a huge problem. I don't know how we're gonna rectify it, how we're gonna fix it, but something needs to be done. Thank you.
Through the mayor, if I may respond.
Mr. Manager.
Commissioner, the temporary roadway was placed with asphalt. So there will be some damages to the roadway based on the nature of the companies on the road. The final roadway will be done in concrete. So there will not be any susceptible damages. Again, as the engineer said, we used the previous engineer's plans to do the roadway because it had to be done in an expeditious manner. And of course, concrete is more expensive. And because the roadway potentially, areas of the roadway is going to be torn up, we thought a temporary asphalt solution was sufficient, knowing that the permanent roadway will be concrete. So I hear your sentiments. Cairo Lane has been a subject since I've been here as city manager when I started almost 2 years ago. There have been a lot of roadblocks. There have been a lot of dead ends. There have been a lot of issues. As far as the progression of the project, we're moving based on guidance from the state. As the state stated, they wanted one engineer to manage the entire project. And this project kind of expanded because there was waste issues in the sewer. And if the commission remembers, in January, February timeframe, you guys approved an item approving a vendor to remove that waste. But the state said, hey, guys, you guys are using state revolving loan funds. We want the engineer to manage it. We want the contract to be done through the engineer to hold the engineer feet to the fire, have them take some financial liability on this to ensure the project is done. So that liability was shifted from the city, still the city, shifted to the engineer of record at the time. So if this issue does not occur and there's an issue, then that liability is on the engineer and not necessarily the city. Because we can hold the engineer accountable for ensuring that the proper waste cleanup is done and they have done appropriate negotiation of contracts. So that's where we're at with that. So I hope I addressed your questions, Commissioner Bass, and your concerns. And I thank you for hearing your concerns. And I do appreciate being able to provide you feedback today here. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Taylor.
Okay, to the manager. My question is in regards to this, I see the word temporary. So I have the same concerns as my colleague. This is a temporary fix. So how long will this temporary fix be? And why can't we, what's stopping us from doing the permanent job, I guess?
Okay. So temporary roadway, because that's not going to be the permanent roadway design, is asphalt. What we're looking at is as far as a permanent design is concrete. What the plan is, the current roadway is installed. If the base is suitable, which we believe it is, we'll be able to immediately use that roadway as base and put concrete on top of that. Instead of, it will actually reduce expenses because there's a solid base on top of the roadway. So there was work to, of course, before paving it, they had to level the roadway out because of all the potholes and everything. So there saves its cost because some of this money that you're investing today was to repair that base. So that base was repaired and then asphalt was put on top of it. It will be a concrete roadway. That would affect the asphalt. What we're saying is it's not going to be a waste of money because more likely than not, that asphalt is going to be able to be reused as base and put concrete on top of that. So actually it gives a beefier, more sturdy roadway. And understand 300 is consulted on these items all the time and high impacts ultimate construction. And just because the passability, pothole claims that the city was getting and the liability and us, especially getting the rainy season and the commission making emphasis in regards to ensuring that we have proper protections in place in rainy season and just the liability of that roadway, we thought was essential instead of waiting until next year, 2023, at least let's make the roadway passable, right? So we can have code enforcement sit out there, so we can have the cameras out there, so there's proper enforcement, so our new police vehicles to get down the roadway and stop the people conducting illegal dumping. Because these are the concerns I hear from the police department. Hey, you want us to combat this illegal dumping, but we can't even get down the roadway to conduct proper surveillance. And for enforcement purposes, the roadway is impassable. So we consulted with 300 and said, is this a viable option? Is this a waste of money? And it's not. Looking at public safety needs, this city has pumped a lot of funds into removing waste, more funds into removing waste than the amount that's costing for this ratification of this item for the roadway. So for investment, hey, it's assisting the businesses loud and clear. It's causing the roadway to be passable so these businesses don't have loss of business. It's not hopefully when people now go appeal their taxes, hopefully that stops those tax appeals from coming in. For the majority of those businesses in the road, because they say they're losing business and there's economical issues on those businesses. So there are various avenues and various angles we look at this. And so we felt it's prudent to address it this year, since this construction is not due to be completed until a little over a year from now. So what are we gonna do now? So this is what I think was prudent to decide to do. We're in a flooding emergency. Money is properly budgeted for use for this, and we fully support it 100%. I thought it was imprudent for the engineer to come up, because I know there's questions about this dollar amount. Is there a waste? What's going on? That's why we had the engineer come up today, kind of express the need for this temporary roadway to substantiate it, because let's bring the experts up here. You guys hear from me all the time, and then there's always questions, right? So let's bring the engineers here and give you guys a solid opinion. You guys heard a solid opinion from our engineers, a record that this was a prudent move. And like I said, asphalt is temporary. Asphalt does get damaged, but it's not going to damage to the cost of causing 1 foot craters in the roadway that we were experiencing. So if minor repairs need to be done, we'll address them, but I don't foresee it. But we'll address them as they come. But at the end of the day, the permanent roadway will be concrete.
Okay.
So it will be suitable for those businesses.
Now, with
within
that
the area.
being said, the temporary asphalt, you said in layman's terms, will be utilized as a foundation for the permanent. Now, my question is in regards to timeline. So he told us 4 months from, I guess, the day of passage. When can we expect permanent road to start being fixed?
So at the end of the day, we're at the design phase. Okay, they're at assessment phase. Design
Of the permanent or the temporary?
assessment of the drainage, not the roadway itself.
Okay.
Assessment of the drainage system. Once that assessment is done, then a design will be done. That will most likely come back before the commission as a contract or cost of design. A notice of proceed to be issued upon your passage of the design contract from the engineer, upon them being held accountable to ensure they meet the timeline as far as this assessment is concerned. Then upon construction, this comes back before the commission, because you guys got to approve the construction cost. So this is going to come before the commission another 2 to 3 times prior to the road being 100% completed. So, because there's multiple phases. There's no way that an engineer can tell you the cost of what it's going to be for the roadway until it's assessed. Once it's assessed, then it's designed. Upon design, that tells us cost. It's put out for RFP by the engineer. Costs come in, that comes back before the commission. Anything that's cost derivative has to come back before the commission. We can't just do a blanket approval and expedite everything and do construction. So it has to be done in phases.
And when, my question.
The timeline was given. We're trying our best to cut time. If the engineer can come up and bring up and speak of timing again.
Yes, Commissioner. Based on what we saw, the original schedule, it was April 23rd. We believe that we're going to get it done by December 2022.
Is that for the permanent or the temporary?
The final, the concrete one, the one you're going to want with the ramps to the properties. By the way, Commissioner, that would solve the issue that the commissioner was talking about, that right now, the access to the asphalt and all that. We're going to do the roads and the access to right to the property line, to the right of way. So that all is going to work well with the proper drainage, proper water, fire protection, and sewer, enforcement for the sewer. So the answer is December 2022, completed.
Okay, so December 2022, it will be, Carol Lane will be completed.
And remember, that is an expedited schedule, working together with the city, with us, and with the permitting agencies. So we're gonna, we're gonna work really hard on this, and that's the commitment. I talked about it at the end of the meeting.
And
We're gonna hold you to it.
Sorry?
We're gonna hold you to that commitment.
I will be here December, well, maybe not December, January. We'll be
Oh, yeah, we will
road
hold you to
opening.
it.
And we're doing the road opening.
And through the mayor, if I can fully also answer Commissioner Taylor's question, we have to remember, and I keep forgetting this when I kind of have these discussions. We just had a pandemic, and that stopped a lot of construction from occurring nationwide, countywide. So you guys say, oh, this is a whole huge delay. Well, we were in a pandemic last year. And so a lot of that's never taken into account how the pandemic impacted construction nationwide and the delays that many cities had on projects. So I understand that necessarily might not want to be heard, but there, the pandemic does have an impact on this as well, as far as the timeline is concerned. But I've had many discussions to 300. We're being very aggressive. I'm being very aggressive with 300 to come up to the job because I'm providing the same level of angst that you guys provide me as far as your level of concern in regards to that area.
Mr. Mayor,
Mayor, Vice Mayor?
I had a question for the engineer before you said I was trying to catch you. My question is, when the asphalt is laid, so I'm trying to see this in my own head, when the asphalt is laid and then the concrete is laid over it, it's pretty much safe to say that the wear and tear of the road is because of the trucks and that goes through it. What is the amount of time? Like what's at when the project is complete and it is a complete full road, concrete, everything? Is this road now accessible to those same trucks that will still be driving through for, let's say, it's a guarantee of 10 years, 50 years, 20 years? What's that guarantee that now it is concrete that this won't happen again? How do we know that part? And I think that's where I'm trying to figure that out.
Okay, thank you for your question. Let me make sure that I understand this so I can answer properly. Asphalt is cheaper, but it's softer. So whenever you get the big trucks it's like clay. When you roll over, that's to start breaking and loose. And if you work it on the edge, it just starts coming off. So the reason for the temporary road is because of the public safety. Now, what we're going to do is through the design, we're going to do geotechnical borings. That means, we're going to do holes through the soil to assess the total base of the road and then of the new compacted soil that we just recently put in. So if that comes out to be a suitable soil, if it's unsuitable, we'll remove it. It will be removed by the contractor. If it's unsuitable, if it's suitable, then what we do is most likely we take away 1.5 inches of the asphalt. And then on top of that, we will lay the concrete. Okay. So concrete, to answer your questions, is very durable. Even under high traffic, like trucks, is very durable. So you have roads that can last you 10, 15 years, 20 years. So concrete is the best solution for this specific case. When you have a lot of traffic, what you have to do is like an overlay program. Every 4 or 5 years, you got to start overlaying. So when you do the math, it's maybe cheaper just to do the concrete. Concrete is very durable, 10, 15, 20 years, depending on the usage. By the way, I drove it here before I came because I wanted to see with my own eyes. There's the only way to fully understand it. And Anna wrote it before. It is much better. It's not perfect. We still have to deal with the drainage and we still have to deal with the access that you were talking to the properties. But that during the design, we will take care of that. So at the end of the day, you're going to end up with a durable, safe road that's going to have access to all of the properties and with proper drainage, water, and sewer. So it's really a nice project. It's a big project.
Hi, my name is Anna Borak. I'm the project manager for this project. And in addition to what Franklin said, another aspect that is going to change a lot in the area is the drainage improvements. So a lot of the damage of the existing roadway and the previous roadway has to do with improper drainage management because the runoff just runs along the middle of the right of way. So that erodes with time. With the proper infrastructure that we're gonna finish design and then we're gonna go and build with a contractor on board, of course, that problem is gonna be addressed. So that also is gonna improve the conditions of the roadway as a whole and provide better environment for durability of the roadway. So it's a combination of a new material that is more adequate for the traffic use and also better conditions in terms of stormwater management in the area.
And through the mayor, if I might add something. Essentially, Vice Mayor, what should happen and what will happen is upon this roadway completion, we will seek, I will ask the commission to seek additional assessments from those businesses in that property and based on how they affect the roadway. At this point, it's very difficult. I know commissioners asked Mr. Pate, let's do an assessment. Because of the conditions of the roadway, it's very difficult to have Miami-Dade County first agree to with us to do assessments in that area unless we can show, hey, the roadway's improved, we revamped the roadway. This is why we're requesting assessments. Understand, getting assessments on these businesses is a huge process to navigate because you got to get the county's approval, assessment, the assessor's office, and various other entities to approve the city adding additional assessment to these businesses. So until we get the infrastructure right, we'll be in a good position to say, hey, let's go after additional assessments from these businesses because it's these businesses that in 20 years, that's gonna impact this roadway being done 20 years from now. So we collect assessments now for the number one, beautification of the area. And number two, for the stormwater and drainage and add those assessments on the businesses that work in that area with a second combination of getting with Durham and having them do enforcement of those businesses that don't have proper drainage. So there are businesses that exist in that area that this city allowed to be built without proper drainage systems on their property. So you got construction yards and various other areas that have no drainage on their property. And Miami-Dade County saying, hey, you all allowed this before my time? Probably businesses that have been 15, 20 years ago. Some of these businesses have been there a long time. And maybe it was not necessarily the requirement. But Durham is like, listen, you guys have your own issue and you have to fix your issue. And upon you fixing your issue, we can properly investigate the runoff and where the fuel is coming from and all this other stuff. Because you got to improve your infrastructure first because your infrastructure is a mess. So we've been working closely with Durham to report these businesses. Mr. Austin has been working diligently to report these businesses to Durham. I have worked directly with Eva over in Durham to report these businesses, but it's been told us, hey, city, you need to get your act right. Get your property together, get your drainage together. And then we can properly monitor these businesses. And if we need to force them to hearing through referral through Miami-Dade Durham, because you gotta remember, Durham deals with pollution, fuel, oil, gas, drainage issues, that falls under jurisdiction of Durham. We can write a citation for it and we refer it to Durham. Durham has to do the enforcement of these businesses not having proper drainage and various different things like that. That does not fall under the purview of the city and it's always been, and I say that now, Madam Vice Mayor, because I think the misconception has been always given, our code enforcement department is responsible for enforcing the drainage and pollution that the properties have. And that doesn't fall under the purview of code. We go out there, make assessments, we write a citation. Durham has the legal authority to say, you got a citation from Opa-locka, it was referred to us, we're sending a Durham inspector on the property. Based on reviewing the property, you don't have proper drainage, give us a copy of the plans, when were your existence? And they go back and look up at the time the businesses was created, was there a requirement for stormwater access on the property? So a lot of those things are looked at and Durham has to do that research. But like the engineer said, And I think some of you all are aware, we have an outstanding relationship with Durham. Best relationship that I've ever seen in the past 2 years I've been here. And like I said, we report these businesses, they're referred, they send an inspector out, and it's difficult to prove where the runoff is coming from. But they said we have to get our act right because we have issues in our house that we need to get in order. And so we've been taking Durham's recommendation. And like I said, Mr. Austin just presented to Durham last week on what the city has done as far as the pump stations and our wastewater and what we've done and how we've improved. And we were highlighted to all of Miami-Dade County. So the city's making significant progress. This area is an issue of concern. I'm aware of that. And I know I've been working vigorously with Durham, even to the point of I've had direct contact with Durham outside of our Director of Public Works to have meetings to talk about these problem properties, to talk about the junkyard fires. And when the junkyard fires occurred, we sent Durham out. Durham did an inspection of the property. And I have to look back in my records and see what their response was based on their assessment, because there was fuel runoff into our canal from the junkyard fire. And so we sent Durham, requested Durham, and the fire department Miami-Dade Fire made notification to Durham during the last fire event. And I made sure Durham came out either the same day, same day or the next day. So we're aware, we're addressing it. I just don't want the big commission, because these same things are heard that my office and our engineers and our public works department are not making the proper reports to Durham. We are, but we have to get our home in order, and that is getting Cairo Lane in order. And on top of that, we can do assessments on the businesses. Durham can do more enforcement, potentially closing these businesses, making them have independent stormwater systems on the property. So a lot of things can happen once Cairo Lane is done. I just wanted to kind of explain all the possibilities that are out there.
Mr. Mayor, can we vote?
Before we vote, I do, and I know it's been a long discussion, but I wasn't going to bring this up. But I want to thank Commissioner Bass for doing that, but based upon the comments of the manager. As you everyone know, this Cairo Lane project is one of our 4 major challenges as a city. We continue to ask to get our reports on this. And last week when this item was brought up in our agenda brief, and I requested a meeting with 300 Engineering, because one of the challenges we've been receiving as a commission is being clear about what is taking place in Cairo Lane. Every year we come up and we hear Cairo Lane is going to get done the next year. And then there's something that comes up versus easements, then there was light poles, then there was trash. And there's all these challenges that we continue to have. The most recent challenge was with the trash, and we approved for that to be picked up. So I was trying to figure out and hear directly from our consultants, because when we went up to Tallahassee back in October of 2019, the state specifically asked for us to get a third-party contractor to manage this project because of the challenges we've been experiencing with this. And since that time, there's been very little movement on this project. And the number one reason, and I wanted to find out from the contractors why that was the case. So I requested the meeting directly with 300 Engineering. As I requested the meeting, as the manager stated, he responded that his office would not be available for the meeting. I asked if anybody from the city can be participating in this meeting, and he simply said no. So I'm very surprised to see that today at the meeting that the manager and staff were actually there to be a part of this meeting. So when I asked after the presentation that was given by the contractor, which was an excellent presentation, I want to thank you for that. I got a lot more insight into what is going on. What the contractor stated is that the challenges for the past year that slowed up this was the illegal dumping. And as you know, last year we approved a contract to pay over $100,000 something to clean up the trash and the oil. And then due to, as the commissioner said, that we got to get our own act right, it was pushed back from the state and we had to approve it again. The cleanup still has not happened because the contractor is waiting on a notice to proceed from the city. And I bring that to light because this is over a year, even though it's been on the pandemic, it's because we haven't done our due diligence to make sure this trash is picked up so that a contractor can do their work in designing this work. And I say that because we have to be clear about making sure we're getting these reports and every step of this process. All of us wants to make sure this project gets done as soon as possible. And when I told the contractors that we were told we'll get it done by 2022, and I saw, because on their presentation it was 2023, they said, well, there's some things we can do to speed this process up. But we have to work very closely with the city to make sure that gets done. And the biggest part of that is through the whole permitting, the review, and also making sure those notice to proceed happen in a timely manner. So as we move this forward, this item forward, I would like to request at each of these phases where we see by September 2021, in this schedule that was just presented to us, we are made aware whether or not debris is removed by November 2021. By December 2021, we're clear that the contractors are going to start their design phase. And at each stage on this schedule, that we as a commission is given the reports and understanding that these things are happening based upon this schedule that is given to us. And that's what I want to make sure that we get. If we got to put in place a directive to make that happen, I think it's very important that we do so that we are very clear about this, because everyone knows this project has caused a lot of headache for those business owners, for our community, and it's also holding up millions of dollars in funding for other infrastructure projects, stormwater projects across the city. So we need to get this done as swiftly as possible so we can tackle the stormwater issues, drainage issues, construction issues all across this city. That is why it's a high priority for us as a commission, and we would like to make sure we get those updates at each phase based upon this schedule. So, Mr. Manager, can we get that update at each one of these phases as listed in this presentation slide? And I hope that this slide can be provided to the rest of the commission so that we also have in our legislative aid so that we can get that at each phase of this project. Is that possible?
So first, to address your question, a notice to proceed cannot be issued until I receive a fully executed contract. My office to date has not received a fully executed contract. Mr. Mayor, because you guys vote on an item, I cannot issue a notice to proceed until I have a fully executed contract back. That's the standard process of how a city runs. So as soon as we get that extra executed contract, I will issue the notice to proceed. There's no delay on my end, on the city's end, to get a notice to proceed done. We have a process to follow that we strictly follow. With our clerk's office, we work hand in hand together in addressing those contract execution matters. There's several signatures required on these contracts. And Mr. Mayor, as soon as we get an executed contract, I'll issue a notice to proceed. I cannot issue a notice to proceed without a fully executed contract. Secondly, this project has to come before the commission at least another 2 and 3 times because there are other phases that you all have to approve. You all have to approve these continued phases. If you guys want a report, I'll be more than happy to provide a report. If there's issues in regards to Carol Land specific questions, everybody here I work with wonderfully and be more than happy to provide information upon being requested. Mr. Mayor, we just came off a holiday. Staff was not available to meet this morning. I specifically said that, and the meeting was scheduled to speak with a third-party contractor that my office through the Public Works office manages. And you were going to meet with them in infringement of day-to-day obligations of this city. I had no choice but to have staff on the call because you're having a conversation with a third-party engineer that the city has a contract with about a project that I said that my staff was not available. We made the engineer available tonight for a presentation, and if a presentation was requested, we would have had them come out at any time, just like they presented a presentation tonight. So we're doing our best, Mr. Mayor. We're doing our best. And we wanted to respect the meeting. So we made sure staff was available. We had to scramble this morning to get staff available to be on that meeting. We were not scheduled to be on that meeting. And again, we specifically said, no, we were not available. And that meeting was still proceeded to be scheduled when we said nobody from our office is available. Let's question why that was. But at the end of the day, I feel it's important for the commission to hear this information, and that's why 300 came out here today. So everybody on the day gets the same level of information as one person had due to a forced meeting that was put upon my office. Thank you.
So, Mr. Manager, can we get that report at each phase of the, based upon the schedule?
If it's the entire commission's will, we can do a progress report. It would be it need to be the entire commission's will to do that. If commission members want individual reports, we'll be more than happy to provide that.
All right. And
To put another mandate on the manager's office when there are multiple phases of the project that have to be briefed, we'd be more than happy to do that, sir.
all right. And just for the record, Madam Attorney, is there any issue with us as a commission being able to request meetings at all, meet with anyone?
Well, I don't know all of the parameters around the meeting, obviously. You would not be in a position to direct the engineers or anyone else to do certain things that the manager would not generally be privy to. But it does happen on occasion, and for some other commissioners, maybe more often in other cities where updates are given by contractors to commissioners who have questions that generally would be accompanied by someone from the manager's office. It doesn't have to be, but generally that is what happens.
Just want to make that clear because before proceeding with the meeting, I reached out to attorney's office to see if we can continue with the meeting, and it was okay with that. So at the end of the day, we need to make sure we get very clear updates on this project and moving forward. I want to make sure that happens. So with the, no further comments on that, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pigott,
Yes,
motion passes 5-0.
13-7.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, authorizing issuance of a request for proposals, RFP, for lawn, shrubs, trees, and palm maintenance services, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager.
Do you have a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Vice Mayor Williams,
Second for discussion.
second by Commissioner Davis. Mr. Manager, could you introduce this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a resolution in regards to addressing requests for proposal for lawn, shrub, and tree and palm maintenance services to support the city's beautification efforts. I told, as I directed and told the city commission, there will be a RFP forthcoming to kind of address those challenges specifically beautification, and ensure that we have proper contractors on hand through a proper competitive process to ensure that beautification of the city, and more specifically, these specific areas as listed within the resolution. Thank you.
Floor is open for discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Davis.
thank you. I see that the item includes RFP for certain services, lawn, shrubs, trees, palm maintenance, and that sort of thing. I do remember when we had the commission priorities workshop, there was another phase of the beautification process that we all seem to have gained consensus on, that being also pressure cleaning. In that process, the reason I'm bringing it up is because I see that it hasn't been included in the resolutions that's being presented. So I'd like to put forth an amendment to the item to include pressure cleaning, whether it's annually, biannually, or whatever schedule is put forth. But I would like to see pressure cleaning included as a part of the resolution
Mr. Mayor.
through the mayor to the manager.
Mr. Mayor, I'll agree to a friendly amendment to include pressure washing services for these areas as well. And to be added within the RFP and to be added within the body of the resolution. Madam Attorney. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We need to vote.
All right, Mr. Freeman. So with that, in terms of pressure cleaning, so we're gonna get a lawn company that can also do pressure cleaning? Is that, so the lawn companies to do maintenance and pressure cleaning?
The additional scope Commissioner Davis wanted to add, it was discussed earlier. I don't see a problem it being added on areas that our Public Works Department is not able to get to. Currently, our Public Works Department does pressure cleaning, but it does not hurt to add it as part of the proposal, just in case that supplemental service is needed for those specific areas.
Okay. Commissioner Davis, I'm completely in agreements with the intent, but I want to make sure that we're talking about this. So if we add pressure cleaning to this proposal, that means that they will only pressure clean. Hold up. Let's go to the item. Does that mean that they will only pressure clean the areas identified in this, or will this be a part of the holistic pressure cleaning services that we discussed in our workshops a few months back? 'Cause I think that's where Commissioner Davis heading, is trying to formalize our intent in terms of our beautification as a commission and doing a deep cleaning. So how would that work, Mr. Manager? So
Mr. Mayor, first, item number 6 was for us to reject all bids in connection with the RFP that occurred in 2018 and reissue and re-advertise for lawn service, maintenance services. That is the total city matter. This was passed when you guys approved the consent agenda. And again, I don't even have an issue adding pressure washing services to this scope. When me and Commissioner Davis spoke, we spoke on this item as far as adding the pressure washer services, but you all already passed the number 6 for us to reject all bids and put an RFP out for qualified lawn services in regards to maintenance services. And that copy of that RFP was attached to this packet, and you guys did pass it. Number 6.
So my specific question is the pressure cleaning services. Will they be applied to these particular project areas like an alleyway, medians, parking lots, or will it also include citywide? Like that's where I'm clear. I want to be clear upon. Is it going to be the citywide pressure cleaning, like for Shabundy Park, Ella Miller Park, Ingram Park, our city hall, and those places identified, or is it just for alleyways and projects?
So to do this appropriately, because that is the intent, we will add pressure cleaning for the entire city. Added as far as the scope of this RFP for these entities to be able to submit a proposal for RFP for pressure washing all areas of the cities, and we'll modify the RFP to include those areas specifically for power washing only. Again, item 6 addresses citywide cleanup. This addresses specific areas. So it's 2 separate items, but we don't have a problem making modification to this RFP to include all the areas that were not included in the previous agenda item number 6.
Did I answer your question, Commissioner Davis?
Yes, that it will be citywide.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion on this item? All right.
Well, before we move on, if anyone else, I don't know if they had any concerns, but since, it's on the floor to amend the item, if anyone else had any areas that we may have missed. Okay, if not, then, no, Mr. Mayor.
No, I think I applaud you for being able to get one of our commission priorities pushed forward in this RFP and get citywide pressure cleaning. So thank you. All right. Any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Manager?
item 6 and this item are based on the objective of citywide beautification. So these two items do address that issue specifically, just to place that on the record.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Baz,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Mayor Pike.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 1311.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, authorizing the appropriate city manager to submit a grant application to the Rebuild Florida Mitigation General Infrastructure Program for $7 million to be used to dredge the 127th Street Canal, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager.
Do I have a
Mr.
motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Davis,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bass. Mr. Manager, can you introduce this item?
Thank you. I have Mr. Anthony is here. If Mr. Austin or Mr. Anthony want to introduce this item, Mr. Austin?
With the availability of funding from the federal government, we chose to apply for a grant for the dredging of the 127th Street Canal, which is in dire need of dredging to mitigate any flooding conditions to adjacent properties in that area. We're hopeful that we will be awarded these funds to perform the service.
That concludes the introduction of the item.
Yes, sir.
All right, any discussion on this item?
No discussion, it's a comment, Mayor. I'm just praying to the
Mr.
good
Bass?
Lord that it happens.
Say that again?
I said, no discussion, just a comment. I'm just praying to the good Lord that this happens.
Mhm. All right, no further discussion on the item. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Baz?
Yes.
Commissioner Davis?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Pike?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. 1314.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, authorizing the city manager to pay a portion of the funeral expenses for the late Commissioner Alvin Burke, an amount of $12,500, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager.
All right, do I have a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Davis,
Second.
second by Commissioner Taylor. Mr. Manager, could you introduce this item?
Mr. Mayor, I request this item to be pulled. The legal opinion came in after 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock today. I have not had a chance to thoroughly review this legal opinion, and I would like to review it with the state of Florida. And that I have some questions in regards to the opinion, so I don't think it's prudent for this to be presented to the commission tonight. I ask to defer to the next regular commission meeting.
All right. Before it happens, any discussion on this item?
Mr. Mayor?
Um,
Yes,
Madam Attorney?
I have no problems with the managers reviewing the legal opinion. What I plan to do was to go through it. It's really simple. And I'd already given the manager my opinion verbally, but it was no trick or anything that it came through today. And I think I mentioned to you, a couple of you, I had an emergency come up today and just could not get it out earlier. But I am, it's fine either way. I just wanted to make sure I put that on the record. It's not a trick. It's very simple opinion. All of you have been sent the opinion, and the manager was already apprised of what the opinion would be. Thank you.
Any discussion?
Again, Mr. Mayor, I request this item to be deferred to the next commission meeting, so I have time to review the written opinion, review it with the state of Florida, because the opinion has some implications that may affect us financially in the future as far as the ratification items. And so I want to make sure I have a thorough discussion with Mr. Hunter at the state of Florida to kind of discuss this matter in detail and present this item at the next commission meeting.
In terms of the ratification of items, I think that this opinion is specific to this item. And I think I wrote it so that it's clear that it's specific to this item and what was told to me by the state. So I just want to put that on the record as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor?
this question is for city attorney. At the last commission meeting, when I asked the question about should this have come to the commission, I was told it didn't need to. Now it's here for the commission, although it's been pulled. I need some context. I'm a little confused because at the last meeting, I was told something else, and now I see it in the agenda.
Well, I think the manager was saying that, I don't know really, when you say it, you were told that. I think what you may be talking about is the manager may have communicated that he had the discretion to do it. However, there are a lot of different issues, and I did put it on the record at that time. It's not a blanket discretion to pay anything up to a certain amount. You have to obviously consider, a lot of other factors. And so, I think that's what you're talking about, but the manager would have to answer that. I did not make that statement.
As a manager.
Madam Vice Mayor, that statement was made at the last commission meeting by the city attorney and referenced it. This matter should have.
That is not true.
It's on the record.
Sorry, that's not true. You
It's-
told me.
That is not true.
I didn't make that
absolutely
statement.
did not say it. In fact, I told you I did not participate in any way in your decision making and didn't know about it. So please don't involve me in that.
Madam Vice Mayor, you asked a specific question at the last commission meeting, not to me, but to the city attorney. In that, was this required to come before the commission? I never answered that question.
That is a flat out, bold misstatement, because I never said that. In fact, I said just the opposite of that. So, I don't really know what the manager is talking about. I do know, and what I thought you were talking about was the manager made a statement that he thought he had authority to do something. And I came back and I said, well, that authority is not a blanket authority. You do have to consider other things. So, anybody can go back and look at it. I don't play games like that. So, and I did put on the record at that meeting that, I had nothing to do with it. And in fact, I said just the opposite. In fact, when I did say at the meeting that my first statement was to the manager was, what is the public purpose? And that was said on the record in the meeting. And I told him that on the day that I saw the item, and it's written, I wrote him that. And the manager then proceeded to say before I had to say anything at all, he tried to implicate that, or at least suggest that I participated along with the clerk in his decision-making, which was just preposterous. So, if we go into the gray area of just making up stuff, I have to say it and I have to defend myself. But otherwise, I would not have said anything. But I think anybody who was sitting in this meeting would have certainly heard me clearly. Thank you.
I will review the tape appropriately. I will review the tape appropriately and go from there. If it is the commission's will to continue with the item, that is perfectly fine.
Oh, this item will be pulled, but I want to make it very clear that this is one decision that is the most abhorrent decision I've ever come across as sitting on this dais. And I do not, in no way, shape, or form, like that we as a commission has been put in this position in regards to this item. We had citizens come up here to talk about how we are in the wrong and all this other type of stuff because it's been misled, misconstrued about what our understanding of this. And it comes from your office, Mr. Manager. All of this is from your office, Mr. Manager. This is something that should not be before us. This is a straight violation. This is very clear in the legal opinion of our rules and regulations here. Your contract, all that here, and with this decision. And how this went about, the way it went about is what I have I have a big problem with. And I would tell you this, we're gonna wait to this next commission meeting. But there needs to be some consequences because of this decision. And I hope my colleagues read through this, speak with the attorney and the manager, because this is something that should not even be discussed like this. But we've been put in this position by no choice of anyone on this dais except your office, Mr. Manager. So next meeting, we look forward to hearing however you spin this. We look forward to it. And I'm gonna leave it at that because
Mr. Mayor?
it's been pulled. So if you,
Mr. Mayor?
Manager, you do not want to continue this discussion.
Mr. Mayor, you all started a discussion, so I should be allowed to make a comment.
Proceed, Mr. Manager.
There's no spin. The lawsuit in regards to the matter was brought to me the day of the commission meeting. Myself and other parties conducted research in regards to the previous ordinance and the repeal. There's nothing listed in the repeal stating the reason for repeal. So the knowledge of, well, first, let me be clear. The knowledge of the lawsuit didn't even happen to after this is after even it became agenda item. So to say that my office participated in something that was immoral, incorrect, we found out the same day that everybody else found out, and I made a public statement in regards to it. If I would have known of litigation, I would not have brought this. This would never happened. This would never been a concern. There's nothing that's written that $12,500 expense has to, in any normal purposes, come before the commission. If I made a mistake, the only mistake I made was not making courtesy phone calls to commissioners and yourself, Mr. Mayor, in regards to this matter, to get you guys' insight offline in regards to the matter. If there's a mistake that I made that mistake. I didn't violate any code. I didn't violate our ordinances. This was a legal matter again, and it was shown for the record, and there are witnesses that I found out. If I received it in my hand the day of that last commission meeting, that special meeting. That's when it was received by me. And I openly stated for the record that I received it in the circumstances surrounding it. Subsequently, because of the commission's hesitation to ratify the matter, I contacted the funeral home to get the funds back because you all stated it potentially is not a proper purpose. And to potentially that this was an illegal transaction. So I did not want the Burke family to be dealing with this after the fact if this commission would make the decision not to ratify or even approve legislation. It's a $12,500 expense. If you guys want to change the procurement code, that's fine. I was not aware of any lawsuit in regards to the charter. There's nothing in the charter that says anything is considered compensation and further, anything further stated within this section is deemed compensation. I was not aware of any initial lawsuit. So I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to include any other parties in this. I will tell you what I did. I know research was done. We pulled the two ordinances. And like I said, there was no reference to a lawsuit. And then if there was reference and people truly had pure intent, that matter would have been brought to me before the day or hour before the special commission meeting. Not, it would have happened days ago, where I was able to even not have the special commission meeting, cancel the special commission meeting, and do further research and go from there. The state of Florida requested ratification by the commission. That was their stipulation. I followed their stipulation. And I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Mayor,
Mayor,
Mr. Mayor.
I do not like lying on record.
I'm
I'm
not,
attorney.
so you're accusing me of lying, Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to be very clear. I'm going to yes.
Nobody's lying on the record.
Madam Attorney, could you please respond, and then Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, I just want to, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that any implication, and I don't know if this is what, I'm not sure if that's where the manager is going, but I had no, I wasn't the person, he kept saying it's a legal issue. I wasn't the person who brought this issue to him. I didn't know about the issue of a lawsuit. If I had been allowed to review the code, I would have seen that it had been repealed on this issue, and that's the information the clerk had given. But so when he talks about being brought on the day of, it wasn't brought by me. He actually brought the issue to me. So this was something that happened in 2003. This lawsuit, I wasn't here. And so I don't know if anybody else is on this dais was either.
Who was I?
So having said that, I just want to make clear that, when there's kind of statements made that this was brought to me, it's a legal issue. It wasn't the legal issue that we brought. It was something that the manager said he got from somebody else. So thank you.
Commissioner Taylor.
Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna request that we move on. This back and forth on this conversation is very sensitive, and it does not look good to our residents with us throwing the blame game at each other and having an argument over one of our colleagues. So if he's pulling the item, let's move on. This argument does not look good. And this is what our residents were talking about. It does not look good. It's getting lost in translation because we're arguing about one of our own colleagues. They pulled it, let's move on. The blame game is not necessary right now. It's really not. We are commissioned, we are one body, we're one city. This does not look good to our citizens, and we're doing our citizens a disjustice by having this argument in front of them about our colleague that passed away. Not even cold in the ground yet. No. Let's move on, please.
Out of respect, Commissioner Taylor. Please, this is about a decision that was made by the manager's office. This is not about one of our colleagues. That can get us as a commission in legal issues. That's that's the challenge, and that's what's been put before us, in front of us. I will move on for the sake of this commission, but we're just going to bring back up, and I will clearly identify the misstatements that were brought up, because we're going to be very clear. And then the other thing, I requested from the manager, made awareness of the full cost, and that has not been provided either. So we need to be very clear. We can move on, but we have to protect this city and our taxpayers. And we need to make sure that our manager understands the laws and it can implement the laws that govern what we have the power to do as a commission, as a city, and also as his office. And that is what we have before us. That is why this is in front of us right now, because we are first ratifying, now we got to approve it, because it is a legal decision. That is the only reason why it's back before us, because we said we needed legal opinion first. And it was brought and put on the agenda without that legal opinion as part of the backup documentation. So now that we have a legal opinion, I hope that it is a part of this next discussion and that we have a very clear understanding so the record be clear about what we have to do as a commission. That's what this is about, and that's what we need to move on with. So with that, this item has been pulled, and we look forward to seeing that next commission. 14-1.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, authorizing the issuance of a request for proposals, RFP, for independent auditing services, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the city manager.
Do I have a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Vice Mayor Williams,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bass. Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor, just to add on item in regards to doing an RFP for audit services. This matter came before the audit committee last week. Now it's coming before the commission for approval to issue the RFP.
As Chair of the Audit Committee, I do want to give a quick update. I know my other board member isn't here at the moment, or would have her provide a update. But this is to approve the contract for the next two audits. As you know, we have one audit outstanding and one that's due at least March 30th, but yeah, but I think it's even March 30th, and then the deadline is June 30th, something of that nature. So we recommended to the management office as a board that this goes from a 3-year contract with 2-year options to a 2-year contract to do these last 2 audits with a 1-year option that we have before us. But this is very important because if we're able to get these last 2 audits out, along with our finance department taken care of, we have the potential to get out of financial oversight. We basically check all the boxes to potentially get out of financial oversight by the end of next year. So this is a very important item, and we as a audit board we recommend that this is approved and passed so that we can take care of our #1 challenge. No discussion on the item? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pike.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, Mr. Manager, your report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, next commission meeting, I will be doing a full financial overview of the expenses that the city had based on our presentation that was done by Ms. Lazier in regards to the expense reports that you guys have been receiving. So I will be providing a summary of that at the next commission meeting. So that is forthcoming. My reports to the commission for this go around is not due till this Friday from staff. So after Friday, you guys will be seeing the manager's update come out to you guys, and I can answer specific questions in advance of the commission meeting or even provide a full detailed report on the same evening. We had a August off and unfortunate events happened. We're back full speed ahead in September. I would like to openly welcome Commissioner Bass back on the dais. It's really an honor and significant privilege to work with you and your stewardship and moving the city forward in a positive direction. So I do, as part of the manager's office, I do want to acknowledge that, and we're very excited to work with you moving forward.
Thank you.
Also, I sent an email earlier today to the commission in regards to various emails that was sent over the last couple of days. I have directed the chief of police to open up a full and thorough internal investigation in regards to allegations in the email and to the matter, and that it matters being handled directly by the chief of police in his office without my participation, to ensure that thorough investigation, there's no hint of improprieties that occurs, even though that is not the case. In saying that, my biggest concern I have is anonymous emails going out. Anonymous emails where people do not name themselves or make such outlandish allegations. There are policies in place in the city that have been used on multiple occasions in regards to the potential violation of any whistleblower statute or any other issues that occur in the city. There's a proper complaint process. Person can request protection through various entities, even outside the city, to request whistleblower protection. I assure you that my office does not participate in retaliation of any nature of staff members, and especially within the police department. Every staff member that was terminated from the police department, full and thorough internal investigation was done, and subsequent dismissal occurred, including inquiries that were completed based on various egregious items that happened. So every allegation, everything that has been alleged will be investigated. I spoke to the chief today. We're making progress, significant progress, and the commission will be apprised of the outcome of the investigation. Requesting to be expedited and be done within the next 2 weeks. Hopefully we can meet that timeline. And whatever issues are brought up will be addressed in an appropriate manner. I want everybody to know that we have a chief of police. He runs this agency. That's what we hired him to do. That's what I hired him to do. And that's what he's doing. We've made outstanding progress in our police department, a new fleet and various other issues, and crime has actually went down, not increased. So the facts are not 100% correct. In saying that, the chief is working with his staff to address the matter. When the email came out, they emailed him at a city email address that he does not have. He actually has an Opa-locka PD email address. So I made sure I forwarded this communication to him upon it being received by a commissioner who notified me of the communication because I was not made aware until a specific commissioner contacted me and asked specific questions to it. So in saying that, it will be fully and thoroughly investigated. It was forwarded directly to the chief of police today. I received it and a full inquiry is being done. And I'll leave it at that. I have anything additional to report, Mr. Mayor.
Questions for the manager?
If I may.
Commissioner Bass?
Respectfully, I heard everything you said, city manager, and let me just make 2 steps back. Thank you all so much for giving me the opportunity to serve my community again. Thank you so very much. I had the opportunity to sit back and watch as a regular citizen, having little knowledge of government. So it made a total different of my view of how I see us, you all sitting here. In saying all of that, I can only hope to God that what we're hearing from the city manager's mouth is true. Because I've heard horrible stories about the police department, horrible stories. And within every lie, there's some truth. So I'm just looking forward to see this report, to see what this report is gonna detailed. And I'm just praying, and I pray a lot, y'all know me, that those who tell the story or the stories from any department, be it HR, be it police department, that there's no backlash, because we're hearing that there isn't any, but there is backlash. It's there. Let's just be for real. Let's not, play games with people's emotions and people's well-being. It's time that we just get it right and do it quickly. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Williams?
since the email came up, my question, Mr. Manager, are the allegations true?
I sent an email to the commission denying the allegations, and they're not true at all whatsoever.
Thank you.
And I did send that in writing to the commission, because one thing I do pride myself in, if I'm wrong, I say I'm wrong. If I'm right, I'll say I'm right. If I've made a mistake, I have to communicate with each one of you all. Hey, I made a mistake. I could do something differently. I would say I've been in government for 15 years. And the stuff that I see here, I've never seen before. Where allegations are thrown out, innuendos are thrown out. We've had plenty of employees that have filed whistleblower complaints against the city in the past. The process was followed. Nobody was retaliated against. We have provisions in place. We even updated the whistleblower ordinance last year in regards to individuals that want to file a complaint. And then somebody wants to anonymously send slanderous, not point by point facts, but send slander, and slander mean slander certain members of the city in an email with no substantiating truth at all whatsoever. How it works in law enforcement, people, nobody arbitrarily fires employees in law enforcement. There's called something the Officer Code of Bill of Rights. There's investigative processes that have to take place. There's due process, there's arbitration, there's various processes that are in place. I got here in 2019, and there were myriads of problems within the police department. Displeasure by this and the previous commission, as far as the police department, how it ran. We had a Miami-Dade report come out about the conduct of the agency and it running inefficiently and various different things like that. So we made employment decisions. We did a national search for a chief. This chief is my selection. My selection that I had the commissioners interview and speak to. This chief here has 30 years of law enforcement experience. If there's any improprieties going on in the agency in regards to anything that's true, he has the obligation to report it to outside authorities. It's his obligation. He can bypass me. It's his obligation. Because certain decisions are made and people are unhappy and displeasure and they want to mention names and decisions this city has made. And I'm not mentioning any names on this dais, but they want to mention the names, and you look at the names, ask why they were terminated. Ask was an investigation done. And some things that were egregious, immediate termination happened without a full investigation, just by watching video and various other information. I may make mistakes. I'm not perfect, but I'm not unethical. I don't sit here and terrorize people. Why are we just getting this from the police department? Why are the code enforcement, other departments saying I'm terrorizing? They're just due process. Because I make difficult decisions in tandem with the chief, with decisions that some were made while we're here. A majority is made while he was the chief. He was here. Some of the decisions were made before the chief's time. So you all think that we're conducting retaliatory actions on internal investigations that he review and sign? These investigations, the chief has to review and sign and agree and concur to disciplinary action. The only reason I get involved is if it's termination. If it's termination, it has to come before me. If it's suspension or below, it's frankly the chief's allegation, authority and purview. I'm a man of God. I am. I would resign and leave here before I embarrass any of you all with this. If any of this was true, I'll be out of here. Be more than happy to
I'll
leave.
accept that resignation.
I'm not, I said if it is true. And the allegations are not true, Mr. Mayor. That is so improper. That is improper. That is improper. Commission, you all asked me not to say anything, be quiet. And statements like this made, nobody says anything. You all regulate each other. I can't say anything. And statements are made like that because people have malice against me, because I won't do actions that they want. Unbelievable. And that was said on the record, by the way. Unbelievable. I'm answering Commissioner Bass's question, and that was said. Unbelievable, insulting, absolutely insulting. And anybody in the commission does not think it is, there's a problem. This is how this place operates. People put out negativity in you, in your innuendo to push people out. This is not the first time this has occurred.
All right, Mr. Manager, come on.
No, I'm answering a question. You just said submit my resignation. I sent an email to you all earlier denying the allegations. I get asked on the dais in regards to it, and I'm answering. I look forward to the outcome of the investigation, and as I told with the commission, it will be shared. The commission is, the city, the chief of police is in control of that investigation. There are certain obligations, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. People make statements like that. I'm not finished, Mr. Mayor. The city has made a lot of progress. For every negative thing that can be said, I can say 5 positive things. I'm not perfect, but as I said, the allegations in both of the documents are not true. An investigation is being done, and it will occur in short order. Because this cannot linger out here for a month or 2 months or 6 months. It has to come to a resolution quickly. And I have confidence in the chief and his staff member that's doing the investigation and do a full and thorough investigation.
Any other questions, comments for the manager?
Mr.
Any
Mayor,
official board
Mr.
report?
Mayor,
Oh, Madam
I
Attorney?
do have to read something into the record, then I have another short report to do. If I can do it at this time.
Yes.
And Joanna, I'm going to apologize in advance. I spoke with Mr. Payton. I spoke about a possible shade meeting next Wednesday, but we did not communicate with you. And I don't know if we have anything that conflicts at 6:45. Mr. Payton did let me know that we do have another meeting next Wednesday, a workshop. And if possible, we wanted to see if we can squeeze in after that. It's 6:45 shade meeting, if that works for the commission. And if it does, then I'll read it into the record. Okay, hearing no objection.
No. Next week is a budget workshop at 5:30. And those conversations, it's very difficult to put a time set on that. So I believe it's at 5:30.
5:01.
5:00 at 5.
Could we
5
set it for
o'clock. Wow,
7?
we got work, y'all.
It is very important if we could
Okay.
set it maybe for 7 and then do the shade and come back into the regular budget meeting if you have to, but do it as a, have a hard time for a shade meeting. And then if you're still doing the budget meeting, you can recess and then come back after that.
That will be, and then my colleagues can be wrong, that may be a little difficult because that means everybody has to clear out of the meeting hall to
We
do our
really
executive
need to do
session.
this, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so can we do it before Wednesday then? Is there another date and time that could potentially work for us? Because that day, 5:01, unless you want to set it
7:30 maybe?
to my colleague. No, the budget hearing is at 5:01. She's asking to either have a meeting at 6:45, executive session at 6:45, or for us to insert the kind of recess the budget meeting and have this executive shade meeting in the middle.
Because it's an
So-
off meeting, an off night, you may not have, tons of people coming, and you have gone through your budget a couple of times. So, but this meeting, we do need to have it.
I'm willing to do the recess because I don't want to come out another night. So
All right.
do it all at the same night.
During the recess, would that be like an hour,
No,
45 minutes? I don't know,
I'm
I'm just
thinking it
asking.
would be probably somewhere around 20 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'm okay with the recess.
Okay.
And having a meeting.
If that's the consensus, Mayor.
For the rest of my colleagues. So, and it's, to be clear, what's gonna happen, 5 o'clock meeting. If there's citizens, public, staff, everyone, we have to pause. Everyone has to clear out the room until we conclude the executive session. And then they come back, and we continue that meeting. So that's what is proposed, and you're proposing at what time?
At 6:45, sir.
At 6:45. Is that fine with everyone?
I mean, I'm not really in favor of it. I would rather, have the shade meeting, because I mean, how long is it gonna be? It's probably not gonna be that long. I mean, that's just speaking from my perspective. I think it would work, better for me. If we was to have it on another day, but I mean, if I yield to the consensus of the board is to hold it and, have it later on, after we have our budget conversation. Then, I'll yield to it, but just speaking, I would be more in favor of having it on another day.
And
All right,
through the mayor,
Commissioner Bass, where are you at with that? So I heard you're either way.
Either way.
yeah, and through the
So
mayor,
I see the consensus so far is 6:45. So we'll move forward with that.
okay, very well, thank you. Let me read it into the record. Notice of closed door attorney-client session. Notice is hereby given that a private closed door attorney-client session pursuant to section 286.011 Florida statutes will be held in the City Commission Chambers, Shabundy Village Auditorium, 215 Purvis Avenue, Opa-locka, on September the 15th, 6:45 PM, or will be moved to an adjoining room within the building where the auditorium is located. The purpose of the meeting is to discuss the following pending litigation matter: George Suarez et al. Versus City of Opa-locka, case number 2017-008-285-CA-01. The following individuals will attend: Mayor Pygott, Vice Mayor Williams, Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Bass, Commissioner Taylor, City Manager John Pate, City Attorney Bernadette Norris Weeks, Assistant City Attorney Michelle Austin Pammies, Assistant City Attorney Candace Cobb, and outside counsel Deetra Shaw Wilder. A court reporter will be present from start to finish, and comments, and that concludes the reading of this. It will be published by our city clerk. And then I have one other issue to bring before the commission, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, you may proceed.
We've been in contact, or I've been in contact with Mr. Pate's attorney, and Mr. Pate is aware of the conversations. The attorney wants a request to be made of the commission on behalf of Mr. Pate. And in doing this, I would like to say that, this also gives you all at another time, if you plan to do that, an opportunity to talk about how you desire these kind of matters to be decided upon, so that my office is not sort of the liaison for the interaction. And specifically, let me go back to earlier this year, in January of this year, there was an FMLA request made by Mr. Pate to the HR director. That request was made known sometime later, and the attorney wants to, Mr. Pate's attorney wants to request that there be an official approval of that FMLA leave request to affirm the approval. He stated that Mr. Pate's doctors had recommended that this leave take place, and it might require medical treatment, and that's not to be discussed here. So I will ask you all if you would maintain Mr. Pate's privacy a few times a month on an intermittent basis. And so that is what has been happening since January of this year. And the attorney wants to have that decision ratified by the commission. I am completely in support of the commission ratifying the the leave request being made by Mr. Pate to HR. And that is an FMLA leave request. And so I would ask, Mr. Mayor, if, if that could be done by the commission at this time. And then there is one other request that I want to make the city commission aware of.
How will we make that decision as a commission? Doesn't that have to be brought before us as a resolution?
Well, I am bringing it, and so there is, there's some latitude for that, and for me bringing things, it doesn't have to be a future agenda item or the manager, of course, but it does not need to be, but we could certainly do it that way. I was just trying to be careful and sensitive to not having, a public document on record, but still having the benefit of having the commission's blessing, if you will, as to something that has already, been done. And I do recommend, again, that you, you do ratify that so that it's clear that he was taking that leave properly. He's been recording it, and to my understanding has some, it's being kept in an ADT system, and, and being tracked. And so I would just request at this time that the commission, someone make a motion to ratify that leave request that was made back in January of this year by Mr. Pate to HR.
I'll speak for my colleagues, but no, personally, as a sitting member of this dais, I would like to see something clearly detailed in writing that can help us to properly look at and analyze this. Because I'm trying to figure out how that ties to the accounting of leave time, which is something I've been requesting for over a year. And haven't provided sufficient information in regards to that. So I don't know how do those relate to this specific motion, and if it doesn't, then we can move forward from there. But that's
Well, that kind of ties into what I said in the very beginning, which is having whatever the process is. It sounds like a process that's at least started. Having a process to know what the lead time would be, to record it, to be able to request it, to have a system that it's functional, because it is the city, as Mr. Pate's attorney has reminded me several times, it is the city's responsibility to know what his FMLA is and how much time has been spent and what has, what leave time he is requesting, requiring, has taken, whatever. And I agree with that. So this might lead, that's a different conversation, I guess, but it looks like, again, that process has at least started. So there is, so if I guess if it's the will, and I don't know what the consensus is, but if there's a will, we'll put something very bland on a commission meeting item. But again, I would caution you all, I just don't want you all to go into a situation where people are asking specifically about what's wrong, or, that kind of thing, because those kind of things I believe are protected and HIPAA related, and I just want you to be careful with that.
all right. Floor is open.
So, Ms. Mayor,
Oh, Commissioner Taylor.
so tonight, you want us to ratify the time that was submitted in January?
Well, I would like for you to ratify the request that was made for FMLA leave in January. The request was made to the HR director. The commission generally, I don't think, knew about the request that was made for FMLA. Some FMLA leave has already been taken. Apparently, Mr. Pate is tracking that FMLA leave, and it's been transferred now to HR, and they're now keeping it into an ADP system. And so with that in mind, and because it's already been happening, and because we want to make sure that it's done properly and nobody's trying to trick Mr. Payne and not approve it. At least I don't think that's what you all, I think you should approve it. That's what I'm asking for right now, a motion to approve the ratification of his leave request that was made in January of this year.
Okay, so you just need somebody to motion.
And it's an intermittent, like a lot of times FMLA leave works where people are just gone. That's what folks are used to. There's also a type of FMLA leave where you can take as you need it, but you just have to account for it. So I'm sorry to interrupt, Commissioner Taylor. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
Okay, yeah, so how do we go about making that motion? I motion to ratify the
Yes, sir.
manager's time, so I motion to ratify the manager's time submitted in January, and that's it?
You could do that if you have a second and it through the mayor, it goes forward. You could certainly do that if there's a consensus for that as a body.
Okay, well, I'll make the motion.
I'm sorry, I'm not, can
Can you repeat your exact language? Because you mentioned ratify time and the attorney especially said ratify the request. So we'll be clear about what that is.
You would be ratifying the leave request that was made in January of this year.
Madam City Attorney, I'm Ms. Commissioner Taylor.
Go ahead, go ahead. She can go.
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
No, I understand. We have so many inconsistencies. I would like for the city attorney to please, if you don't mind, back in January, when this was mentioned, I sent an email. Is that correct?
It wasn't in January, but there was some discussion later than that. Yes, ma'am.
And this is not I got you, so you can, I'm just confused because I know we're ready to go. We want to just say yes and be done with it, but there are inconsistencies here. And this is like, we can't just keep sweeping stuff under the rug. I was told by the HR director in an email that due to HIPAA, I could not request because I know, because this is what I do on a daily basis. No one cannot get FMLA approved by the HR director. So now what I'm hearing is now we're back because there was a whole email thread that the commission does not know about. The commission doesn't know. And I mean, that's the part. There's a thread. And so I'm just confused because then it was, we don't have anything to do with that. We don't approve it. Now, here we are back. I'm just confused.
Right. I think what you may be confused about now, the HR director does approve for regular employees, but what we're kind of dealing with is something a little bit unusual because it's dealing with the city manager who reports to you all. And so there's no policy in place specifically dealing with, who would normally approve this. And that's why we're bringing it to you so that it can be, there's not an issue later for the manager who it sounds has, concerns that he will want to be, he has made the leave. He's been taking the leave. We want it to be clear, and I think this is the way to do it. And I'm recommending it. So I think the issue may have been Vice Mayor, and I don't remember the exact thread, but at some point you're right that it was known. The manager did, it sent in an email or something, and we found out after January. And then there was a discussion about the same things that I'm talking about right now. How is it done? And then we found out, okay, the HR director does it here in Opa-locka, but then there was nothing speaking specifically to how it's done when it's the manager. And so I think that's the issue. So we just want to clarify it so that it's not an issue for him later.
I'm done. You can make your motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor, if I
Mr.
may.
Manager.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. There is no intent for me to mislead the commission at all whatsoever. This issue has been brought up, and I believe have had individuals who come with that had concerns in regards to it. Conversations were had. We thought it was more prudent to bring it before the commission in a public meeting because requests were being made for leave time and various different things like that. This is not you're right, it's not I gotcha. It's being transparent. And then let's have a policy. There's no policy in place for a city manager or any appointed official in regards to FMLA. My leave request, vacation, I send that to everybody. I'm speaking just for me. I send it to everybody. I never get a response. When I'm out of the office on vacation, I just came off of vacation. I send an email saying I'm on vacation. I'm out of office. Even to the extent, even when I worked from home, even the dates the mayor had in question back in January and December, emails were sent to the commission. And accounting of leave time has been provided up to April because that was part of the mayor's investigation saying that I didn't get a proper approval. I think it's prudent to be transparent. That's it. There's not a trick to this. There's been questions made on the dates in regards to leave time. Let's be transparent. You know, how does a city manager get leave approved or any appointed official get leave approved from 5 different people? So I get 4 yeses and 1 no, or 3 yeses and 2 no's. There's nothing in place. And I know when I'm on vacation, I send out emails. So I just want to be clear because there's improprieties being alleged and all this. I just want to be clear. So Madam Vice Mayor, this is what this is about, it being clear. So that's it. No trick, nothing to it. Want to be clear, want to be transparent. Because if not, then leave time discussion is going to keep coming up in every other commission meeting. What's the counting of leave time? What's the counting of leave time? We didn't approve leave. Various different things like that. So we're just trying to do the appropriate process. And through the city attorney, hopefully a process is developed. I don't see how 5 people approve one person's leave time. Well, if you had, like, that's a scenario, 2 no's, 3 yeses. How do we work? How's that scenario handled?
I will say, like, in other municipalities, what generally is done is that you have a vacation period, whatever that is. Let's say you have 2-3 weeks, whatever you earn or whatever the contract requires. And then you set out, you state what that is, and then you have a certain amount of sick time, and then you state what that is, and it gets, it comes down through an accounting that's done through your HR. But I think the issue here is that wasn't being done and nobody knew who was keeping that time. We did try to communicate with HR, and I want to be speaking of transparency, we did try, and we were not given information that leave time was being kept by HR. So I do think that there is a need, and I've expressed that when this issue has come up before, for there to be some kind of a system that you all approve, whether it's an amendment to the contract, whether it is there's a policy that you have for your appointed employees, or whatever it is. Something needs to happen so that it's not really coming through us, as legal, because I am a equal person with Mr. Pate, and certainly don't want to be in a position of, being an advocate one way or the other about anything that doesn't have anything to do with just strictly legal issues pertaining to the city. But I do think, again, that, this issue should be approved for the ratification for his request. And then in addition to that, I do think that the city should come up with some type of policy that it thinks is appropriate for requests for leave time.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Davis.
thank you. I would like to see, some sort of workshop or something to deal with the issue of, how we approve time relative to our appointed employees. I think that's, of course, as being highlighted in this situation is a sticky area that definitely needs addressing. I've mentioned, several times on the deals relative to the putting the cap on, the time that's being accrued, ultimately resulting in when people depart from the city, oftentimes we have to pay that time out and, it's just rolling over. So at some point, we definitely need to deal with that issue. I personally would like to workshop it. As the manager alluded to, it's not a, I got you moment or opportunity to, kind of turn this into something that it's not. But it's actually an opportunity for us to be able to gain accountability, which is, what I ran on, what we ran on, what our residents want and deserve. So I tend to do just that. Thank you.
I have a problem with being politically correct, and that's why I'm very careful with what I say. I'm over this situation, completely over it. We talk about transparency. This is the main number one reason why we had a special commission meeting that I brought before to terminate the manager, to suspend with investigation, or to modify the contract with this specific situation and counting of leave time. So before we, and if we make the motion, feel free, but I am not in support of doing this until we are very clear about the accounting of leave time. That has been a big challenge for us on this dais, is to know how it's being accounted. And we took over a year for almost 10 months for me to get it the first time. When I did receive it, it was different from what was laid out in emails. And here we are now. And at that time, FMLA was not part of that accounting. So I want, but when we talk about, so if the documents are received and you say it's correct, if it was correct and there was no accounting of FMLA leave time, when I asked for leave time, how are we now going to go back and approve it and we don't know what's accounted? So I would like us to at least be very transparent. I did not know about the email of my colleague, the vice mayor, about the approval process. We as a commission deserves transparency. And after transparency, accountability. I would like us to be transparent, put it in black and white in front of us, Mr. Manager, Madam Attorney, of the decision we need to make, implications of that decision, and what is it that we're actually deciding upon. Because I've never really, maybe I count on a hand or two how many times we made a motion to do something without a item on this agenda that we can read and understand what we're going to be deciding upon. So that's where I am. But my colleagues want to make that motion, feel free to, and second, you can vote upon it. But I would like to be very transparent about what this request is, how it's being accounted, because there's a lot of inconsistency in terms of emails, documents received, it's a lot. And that is drama that's taken away from doing the business we need to do to move this city forward. And I am tired of it. We need to move on and address this and move on. So we can deal with his attorney or whatever it is, we need to move on. And we'd like to see it. I personally like to see it in writing. So Commissioner Taylor, you had, do you want to put clearly your motion so we can see how it's going to move?
Well,
Commissioner.
well, I was gonna say, well, he had the motion on the floor. The part that I wanted to workshop was, I mean, my concern is not really what time has already occurred and, you know, exactly what those numbers are. I think the recommendation for the attorney was to actually approve the request. You know, that was mentioned months ago. I do understand it. I remember, you know, the email and, you know, just like much of the time that was, you know, that was requested upon, we never responded. That's not really my concern. My concern is the issue at hand and how we move forward, i.e. the rollover of time. Me personally, I would like to, you know, see that workshop if Commissioner Taylor or anyone else from the Diaz wants to put a motion on the floor to move that request that was put in place after January, you know, then so be it. But that's not my concern. My concern is the larger issue of the balance of time and rectifying that issue.
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor Williams.
if our city attorney is making this recommendation for us to follow her recommendation, I'm okay with that because we know that she's working for our best interest. I want to make it clear, I am asking the commission to do a public records request because it was said I am on FMLA and that triggered me to ask the question in an email, who put our manager on FMLA? Because that never came to the board. And we keep talking about transparency. FMLA never came to the board. I'm sorry, it's just so much silence and it's just, I can't understand what's happening. It was never mentioned to the board. So I'm not trying to go back and get time. I'm not, but we keep going back to the word transparency and that keeps coming back. And I'm just waiting for that because I asked it in an email and I was told I can't get any information due to HIPAA. And here we are, let's approve it. So Commissioner Taylor, do your motion. We'll go from there. And I think that as moving forward, we need some protocols, some systems in place here on this dais so that when this comes back, we need to workshop it. When this comes up again, if it comes back up again, we have a clear system and protocol that we don't have to deal with this again.
Mr. Mayor.
Madam Attorney.
Yes, sir. To answer that, I think you all do need to have a process of some sort, whatever that process is for approvals. The manager did give me through his staff hours yesterday, like hours that would add up that he's used for FMLA. So he did send something over through his staff, and I do have something that is the, you know, that in like a ADT, the way that generally it works, I guess, that system, you know, you should be able to print out a log of some sort that would give you the hours and the days and whatever was put in. um, that is public record. What is not public record are his medical records. So, nobody needs to make any request for his medical records or, his doctor's notes or anything like that.
I was talking
and-
about my email.
Yes, so I'm not sure where the commission wants to go with this right now. If you want me to bring back something skeletal to approve as a resolution, or if the commission is comfortable tonight approving the previous request that was made to the HR director in January to ratify that.
Mr. Mayor,
No.
I believe
Vice Mayor.
Commissioner Taylor has a motion on the floor.
So you state the motion.
What's the verdict for the motion?
The motion is to ratify the request made by the manager of the HR director in January of this year for FMLA leave.
Motion to ratify the request made by the manager for FMLA.
Do I have a second? Second by Vice Mayor Williams. Any discussion on this item?
Just one quick comment. I'm a bit
Commissioner Bass?
confused. I'm confused. I'm totally confused. I have a doctoral degree, but I'm confused. I don't know if it's just me, but I'm confused. Because we're being asked to ratify something that I don't know what the details is to back that up. And for me to go and vote a yes, when I don't know if this is a 6-month thing, a year, the rest of his contract, I don't know. I don't know. So I don't know what we're voting on.
Right, so FMLA leave through there
Exactly.
is 12 weeks per year of leave. And once you get to that 12 weeks, the FMLA is extinguished. That's it. That's what you get, the 12 weeks a year. So he would, he's given some numbers for what has been used so far. I can, print that out and send it. I don't think that has any medical information on it. And I can send that to the commission if you all want. I can, just do since it doesn't look like there's at least three people, I can bring back something, like I said, very skeletal to put on the agenda for the next meeting. I do have another issue since this looks like it's not going to happen now. And I want to bring it up. It's also through Mr. Pate's attorney, and it is something he wants me to bring to you all's attention. They are asking for, and this is really, up to the commission completely. They are asking for a reasonable accommodation under the Americans with Disability Act. They're asking the commission to authorize Mr. Pate to work from home when his condition flares up, as well as following his, he has a procedure coming up in December. And so following that, he wants to work from home so that he's not required to use his FMLA leave if he feels capable of working from home. As noted, well, this is what he'd like to do. So this is his request. He's saying, and you all can make the decision as to whether it's a reasonable accommodation under ADA, given his role as the city manager. So that is something for you to consider. We can also put that on as a separate item if you'd like, but that is the request that the attorney is making. And I don't know if Mr. Pate wants to weigh into that at all.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Manager, Commissioner Davis.
I just have one question related to the attorney's remarks. He said it's up to the board to decide if the reasonable accommodation is I guess appropriate, but wouldn't that kind of err on the side of a legal opinion?
Well,
being that we as a board aren't experts, right? And many of the workplace laws that govern these situations?
Well, what you all would have to determine is whether you believe that, and that wouldn't really be my call, because he's asking you through his attorney to make a decision about this, whether you believe that his working from home, based on the fact that he is the city manager for the city, is a reasonable accommodation when he has flare-ups. So that would be something that he alone would only be able to know and determine. So that's something you would have to consider, whether you're comfortable with a situation where only Mr. Pate would know when he's, decides to work from home, or how he's documenting that. And, those are all things that you have to, that they're asking that you consider. And so, instead of using the FMLA, they're saying, hey, let us allow Mr. Pate to work and use ADA instead. So Mr. Pate, I think, wants to say something.
Thank you. Again, members of this commission, again, this is a situation where historically, I would send emails hey guys, I'm working from home today. I'm working from home today. Until April of this year, had no idea that was an issue. I continued to send emails after April. There's no clear approval, disapproval, no clear statement in regards to it. And again, because the whole situation of lead time is being brought up, I think it's prudent for the commission to make a determination. And some of you all are aware, if not all of you all are aware, I have sent emails and I can pull them of, hey, I'm working from home. This is going on, okay? Again, because there's issues with transparency. Hey, there's an issue with you working from home. At one time, I sent out an email saying I'm working from home. In April, now I'm being disciplined and fired, about to be fired for it. Even though I put out a request in December, hey, I'm working from home. I'm going to have surgery in Chicago. I'm working from home. It comes up in April, that I'm potentially going to be terminated about that. These requests I put in writing. Again, collectively, I've never received a response saying that's a problem, that's an issue, you can't work from home, you can work from home. We just came from a pandemic. I understand, we just all returned back in the office in June after the pandemic, where historically there were alternating schedules in municipalities with city managers and staff working from home on alternate basis. So again, this is not I got you. This is another, I've sent emails. I've even gotten comments, why are you sending us emails about you working from home? Doesn't your staff know? Make sure your staff is aware. Make sure your secretary is aware that you're working from home. Why are you making that statement to us? And the issue is, I run into again is productivity. Work is getting accomplished. Emails go out. Meetings are had. Zoom meetings occur. Appointments are attended to. And so again, because this whole impropriety in regards to my time keeps coming up, I just want the commission to acknowledge it, because again, these are emails that go out and they don't get a response. And then months later I get, oh, I got you. You said you're working from home. Nobody approved you work from home in Chicago. When I said I'm having surgery and I'm going to be working from home in Chicago. And we're in a pandemic, by the way. At the time I had surgery when staff was working from home. And so again, I do not want these same issues to keep being brought up in regards to time, improprieties, alleged improprieties, and various other things like that. So I just want clear, okay, hey, Mr. Pate, when you have flares, you want to work from home, it's fine. If you guys want email, that process, if you guys want a blanket email notification, and so you guys can log the days, I'm fine with that. The issue is, what if one or two say says no? I work for a collective 5 people. There's obvious angst from some, so I just want to I just want to get this resolved and passed. This is all this is. Special meeting time was brought up in regards to my time. It wasn't even an agenda item in the special meeting, but it was brought up at the end about accounting of my leave time. It keeps coming up every 2 or 3 months. I think it's resolved. It comes back up. I think everything fine, it comes back up. And again, I've had conversations with everybody up here individually, other than the requester, and that's for obvious reasons. But, you know, nobody's trying to deceive anybody. City has to run. People contact me. I still have to answer emails. I still have to interact with staff. I still have to hold meetings. The city still has to operate. So like I said, now that I got you, it's just to clarify the whole issue. That's it. That's all. That's the only reason it's being requested. Thank you, Madam Attorney.
Like I said, we need clarity. If there are emails that detail work from home, provide that as part of backup documentation, along with the ADP log for time, along with all that information, so that all of us on this commission, we have a new person on this commission that is unaware of a lot of this information. Everyone should have very equal. This email from Vice Mayor, we need transparency and clarity so that we can make a decision. And that has been my biggest issue and challenge, is that level of transparency. I've had meetings that all of a sudden supposed to be in, and all of a sudden manager's not there, with very little notice, sometimes no notice. So there are some very serious, clear effects of this, and we need to be clear. So I just want to reiterate again, if I do a public records request, I'll make it right now. Please send me all those work from home emails that were sent, all those requests for vacation and leave, all the ADP logs, the emails in regards to leave time sent by anyone on this commission. Please provide that information so we can make a clear decision about how to move forward. That is what I personally would like to see, so that we as a commission is protected, we as a city is protected from any legal action. That we're talking about attorney right now. Like, we need to be very clear about this information. And that's what I hope that each of us can get, so that we're all clear about the decision that we're making, and we're not just doing this based upon what is spoken about in this meeting. Because a lot of this information is our first time hearing this as a commission. And for all other decisions, we get time to review it and to come before the public and to be able to make those decisions. And that's what I'm asking for, is the information in black and white, so we can review it and make sure we can make a right decision for the city. I am afraid of making a decision now that can have implications later on. And I agree with Commissioner Davis in terms of having a separate meeting. It is getting late, and making decisions right now at this late time is another thing. So I will move that we just move this item to a meeting where we can discuss it, we get documentation, and we make those decisions. And we also just come up with whatever policies and procedures we need to make to do that. And just handle that and be very clear with that, instead of this piecemeal information. So those are my comments for this second item about ADP. Any other comments or questions about that?
Mayor Packard, my sentiments,
Commissioner,
whatever you
go
just
ahead.
said, my sentiments. I know we need to move on and we need to get it done, but like you said, I'm uncomfortable. I understand the attorney. I appreciate her advice to us, but at the end of the day, we have to be satisfied within ourselves the way we vote going forward. So if I could see at least something on paper, not disclosing your personal information, I got that, but I need to feel the paper. I need to see it in black and white. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Mr. Mayor, to the attorney, there were two things. The first one was the FMLA, the second one was the 80. Was it 88? Was the
ADA.
88?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Is it that we're uncomfortable with both? Am I hearing that from the commission, or are we? I
So,
don't- Mhm.
so what I'm hearing is that you want me to bring back something skeletal and have some documentation behind it. I will work with Mr. Pate, rather than through his HR, so that, I can try to address, some of the concerns that have been raised in terms of what documentation might be appropriate. And we'll attach it to the next commission agenda, and you'll have two items.
Because I don't want it to look like we're up here not wanting to approve someone's sick leave, or that I deal with this on a day-to-day basis, especially during a pandemic, when employers need to go on FMLA or ADA due to medical issues. So I'm uncomfortable just saying, let's push this off. Let's not, I get it. I do hear Mr. Pate, because those emails were sent, and we did receive emails that said, we'll be out, or he'll be out, whatever, working from home. Now, I can tell you, I did not respond because I received an email, and that was to me a courtesy. My issue was, and I'll state that again, I did not know anything about an FMLA being filed until after the fact. However, we can't go back. It's done. Though that time has lapsed. And so if we want to, drag up and get all these emails and do that, I don't know where this is going to go, because now the second one is the ADA, and there's a medical procedure. All of that is happening. And I don't want it to look like we're being the bad guys up here, that we're not saying that someone is having a flare-up or medical issue or anything cannot. So I'm a little confused, but I don't want to, on one issue, I'm okay with voting for, or whatever we need to do. The other one, I do feel the commission, but on the ADA, I think that we should move forward on that. However, if that's not the consensus, then we'll end it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other discussion? All right, moving on, official board reports and board reports.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Do you have any future agenda items?
Well, I know I have one. I think, go ahead.
I'm sorry, no, it's late. Just give me a quick second.
Okay. While
Yeah.
you
go
looking
ahead.
for it. The only
Tell
thing
her.
is, I watched the audit committee meeting on last week that was conducted. And the only thing that I wanted to bring forth was, I like the idea that y'all brought about the finance committee. And I would like to adopt that, a finance committee.
Mr. Mayor,
All right, I have a motion. Mr. Manager, you speaking on Commissioner Taylor's item?
yes,
Okay,
I think, Mr. Commissioner Taylor, I think that's an outstanding idea. I think, as I stated during the audit committee meeting, there are certain tasks the audit committee has. The task that, in transparency, that I believe that the audit committee wants is more of a finance committee function. And I think the city has had it. I've worked in a city that had a finance committee, that all budgets went to them. It was reviewed by them. They provided input. Of course, their input is advisory, but they provide input, and it's on the record, and there's minutes. And so the commission can look at the input that's provided by that committee. And they can make decisions on the budget based on that input. So I think that's very essential, especially with a city in financial emergency.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor. I would like to co-sponsor that item and also would like to get more detailed in terms of what we put on there. What we discussed at the audit committee meeting was the getting that information about our financial reports. I think it's important that we also put into place, similar to what our financial oversight board did, in terms of reviewing procurement and things of that nature to make sure it aligns with our budget and make sure they get that information so that they can review that. So know the details of the language involved in that, but I think we need to have a clear discussion to make sure that we do our own financial oversight here within the city of Opa-locka, so that we're very clear and transparent with the taxpayers. So yeah, I'll co-sponsor that item. Anyone else on that item?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to co-sponsor as well.
All right. So we got three, and Commissioner Bass, all right. So we had a full commission sponsor to create a financial committee, a board, a new board for the commission. All right, so since it's all co-sponsored, do we need a motion? Since it's all unanimous, Madam Clerk? Yeah, so I'm asking, do we need a motion if we all co-sponsored the item?
No, it just passes unanimously.
Got it. All right. Any other future agenda items?
Yeah, just quickly, Mayor Paget, I looked at the future agenda events and I would like to take on the Women's History Month and the Father's Day Acknowledgement Fish Fry.
All right, so we need to put that as an agenda item for someone to host that, an event on our approved special events calendar.
That doesn't need to be an agenda item, Mr. Mayor. We can just add it as a sponsor, Commissioner Bass in place of Commissioner Burke. I know the Women's Day was Commissioner Burke and the Vice Mayor. So no problem. We can just add know that. Remember, we took commission names off of it because we want to say everything's a city event, but we're aware. And Ms. Mockins will have those meetings and the Parks Department is clear on that and they're taking their notes.
Yeah, I don't think we need to make any approvals for us to host events or anything of that nature, but we can review the policy for that. Anything else? All right, moving on to Mayor and Commissioner reports. Any reports?
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. Just want to report on the health and resource fair that we had a few weeks back. It was a great event held here at Shabandi Park here in our community center. Where we were able to bring much needed resources from Miami-Dade County, as well as leftover CARES Act funding to be allocated to provide more gift cards, ultimately fulfilling the food need and just resource need within our community. It was a great event. I think we had over, I mean, I lost count, but it was at least 500-600 residents. You know, whenever we're giving out resources during this needy time, we always seem to have a good showing. Just very excited to see the city move in this direction to incentivize our residents. We were able to get out some very helpful information about vaccines and importance, especially at this time of getting vaccinated. Over 30 residents were able to receive vaccines on that day. You know, we gave out, you know, hundreds of gift cards to families. I just want to acknowledge my colleagues. Everyone came out. You know, we put the information out. You know, we worked together as a commission. It was just a great event. And I just want to acknowledge and, you know, thank everyone for the support and effort that went into that. So thank you again.
Anyone else?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
In the month of August, we had a few events. I want to thank Parks and Recreation and Miss Linda Taylor and her team for the quasi book bag giveaway, school supply giveaway, school voucher giveaway. I don't think we did gift cards that day. And as well as give a thanks to the NAACP for the first Unity and Community. There was a lot of moving parts at Helen Miller that day, but it was extremely successful. I'm so glad that we continued it when every other city thought a storm was coming, nothing came. So it was great. And just want to make sure that we just continue to had so many residents that came out for book bags and school supplies. So again, thank you Parks and Recreation Department for your support there. Also with the health fair, that was amazing. Hundreds of people showed up again. So I'm so glad we were able to do a part 2 for the vouchers and the food cards. So I just want to thank every single employee from top down that supported, that gave their time and effort. I did not leave here until almost 5 o'clock that Saturday. So I'm grateful that, you know, we had volunteers and people that were here. We were all here together in this together. So thank you.
Commissioner Taylor.
Well, I too want to shout out the best department in Opa-locka, Parks and Rec, for the boot camp that we had over the summertime, even though Vice Mayor didn't show up until we was cleaning up, but it's fine. But I also want to invite everybody out to this Friday. Myself, Parks, and the police are joining together to have our 9/11 bike ride that will take place this Friday leaving from City Hall at 6 o'clock. So those of you that are not busy, come ride bikes with us as we commemorate 9/11 on this Friday, September 10th. Vice Mayor's not showing up. I know she's not. Don't worry about it. Thank you.
I want to applaud colleagues for work that's been going on over the past few weeks and over the summer. Usually it's a slow time, but there's been a lot of work getting done over this past few months. I do want to make it very clear that I'm going to be a lot more outspoken about transparency and accountability and fulfill that obligation as being a change agent here on this day. A lot of times it's not as pretty as we would like it to be, but it's something that needs to get done. So we're going to see a lot of things being much clear and transparent for our residents, for all of us to know that we're going to move this city forward. And I want to thank all those that have been sharing information and open and clear, so that we need to do what we need to do to address the challenges we face here in the city of Opa-locka. So with that, I want to thank everyone for the work being put in and move to official board appointments. With that, I do see we have one board application. Is that correct, madam?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have an application from Florelba Wright for the Housing Authority and Nuisance Abatement Board. And a couple of meetings ago, she was appointed to this board by the commission, but it's actually individual appointments. So if you look on the agenda on page 7.
So yeah, I will move to appoint Ms. Wright.
I second it.
Well, actually, no, it's individual appointments. So if the mayor is appointing her, that will be sufficient.
All right. Any other appointments?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. That concludes our business for today. Do we have any motion to adjourn? Moved by Commissioner
Second.
Taylor, second by Commissioner Davis. Everyone have a good evening. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.